Welcome to Deutschzeit. Today, we begin our complete German A1 review. In this video, we will review the most important things you need at A1 level. We will go through grammar, vocabulary, pronunciation, daily situations, and simple speaking practice. Everything will be explained slowly and clearly in English with useful German examples. So do not worry if German still feels new to you. We will build everything step by step, from letters to words to sentences, and then to real communication. So get comfortable, listen carefully, and let's start this German A1 journey together. We will begin with the German alphabet and the basic rules for reading simple German words. We start with the alphabet because reading is the first door into the language. In this part, we will look at the basic German letters. The German alphabet has 26 basic letters. These are the same letters you already know from English. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y und Z. So the letters look familiar. That is good news. But here is the important point. Some German letters do not sound exactly like English letters. The shape is the same, but the sound can be different. That is why, from the beginning, we train both, your eyes and your ears. When you learn German, do not only look at the word. Listen to the sound, too. This will help you read more clearly later. Now let's look at one very helpful idea. German is often pronounced as it is written. This means when you see a German word, you can often read it in a clear and direct way. Let's try some easy words. Die Mama. Die Mama means mom. Der Name. Der Name means name. Die Banane. Die Banane means banana. Die Lampe. Die Lampe means lamp. These words are simple. You can see the letters and you can hear the sounds clearly. This is very useful for beginners. But remember, do not rush. Read slowly. Give every letter its space. German likes clear pronunciation, so when you read, keep it slow, clear, and simple. Now we need to look at 4 important letters. These letters are easy to see, but beginners often read them the English way. The first letter is V. In German, V sounds like V. For example, das Wasser. Das Wasser means water. Listen again. Das Wasser. The next letter is V. In many German words, V sounds like F. For example, der Vater. Der Vater means father. Listen again. Der Vater. Now look at J. In German, J sounds like Y in English. For example, Ja. Ja means yes. And finally, we have Set. In German, Set sounds like T-S. For example, die Zeit. Die Zeit means time. So remember, V sounds like V, V often sounds like F, J sounds like Y, and Z sounds like T-S. These 4 letters will help you read many German words correctly. Great. Now let's do a short reading practice. I will say a German word. Listen first, then repeat it slowly. Hallo. Hallo means hello. Der Name. Der Name means name. Das Wasser. Das Wasser means water. Der Vater. Der Vater means father. Ja. Ja means yes. Die Zeit. Die Zeit means time. Der Bus. Der Bus means bus. Very good. Now you know the German alphabet and you have learned some basic reading rules. You also know that some German letters sound different from English. That is a strong start. And now that we have opened the first door into German reading, we are ready to continue with the special German sounds. Ä, Ö, Ü, SZ, CH, and SC. So let's move on slowly and clearly. Now that we know the basic German alphabet, let's continue with some special German sounds. These sounds are very important because they appear in many simple German words. In this part, we will look at Ä, Ö, Ü, SZ, CH, SCH, SP, ST, EI, IE, EU, and EU. Some of these letters may look familiar, but the sound can be very different. So today, we will not rush. We will listen slowly. We will read carefully, and we will connect each sound with simple German examples. Remember, good pronunciation does not start with speaking fast. It starts with listening well. So keep your ears open, and let's continue with the special sounds of German. First, let's look at the 3 umlauts. In German, we have Ä, Ö, and Ü. They look like normal letters, but with 2 small dots on top. These 2 dots change the sound. The first one is Ä. You can hear it in the word Mädchen. Mädchen means girl. You can also hear it in Bär. Bär means bear. Now listen to Ö. This sound is very German. You hear it in schön. Schön means beautiful, and you hear it in Öl. Öl means oil. Now we have Ü. You hear it in Tür. Tür means door, and in fünf. Fünf means 5. So remember, Ä, Ö, and Ü are not decoration. They change the sound of the word. Now let's continue with SZ, CH, and SCH. The letter SZ is called SZ. It usually sounds like a strong S. For example, Fuß. Fuß means foot, and Straße. Straße means street. Now look at CH. This sound can feel new for many beginners. You hear it in Ich. Ich means I, and you hear it in Buch. Buch means book. Do not worry if CH feels strange at first. Just listen and repeat slowly. Now look at SCH. This one is easier. It sounds like SH in English. For example, Schule. Schule means school, and Fisch. Fisch means fish. So we have SZ, CH, and SCH. Small sounds, but very important for German reading. Now let's look at 4 common letter combinations. The first one is SP. At the beginning of many German words, SP often sounds like SH pay. For example, Spiel. Spiel means game, and sprechen. Sprechen means to speak. Now look at st. At the beginning of many German words, st often sounds like sch-t. For example, Stadt. Stadt means city, and stehen. Stehen means to stand. Now we have ae. In German, ae sounds like the English word I. For example, Eis. Eis means ice cream, and mein. Mein means my. Finally, look at ea. In German, ea sounds like ee. For example, Liebe. Liebe means love, and sieben. Sieben means 7. So remember, sp, st, ae, and ea are very common in simple German words. Great! Now let's finish with 2 more useful sounds, eu and eu. In German, eu often sounds like oi. For example, Deutsch. Deutsch means German, and heute. Heute means today. Now look at eu. It often has the same sound as eu. For example, Häuser. Häuser means houses. So eu and eu can sound very similar. Now let's practice all the sounds from this part. Mädchen, schön, Tür, Fuß, Straße, ich, Schule, Spiel, Stadt, Eis, Liebe, Deutsch, heute, Häuser. Very good. Now you have seen the most important special sounds for German reading. You do not need to master everything today. Just start recognizing them. When you see them, pause, listen, and read slowly. Next, we will start building our first simple German sentences with personal pronouns like ich, du, sie, and wir.
Nice start!
Great! Now that we know some basic German sounds, we can start building our first simple German sentences. And to build sentences, we need people. Who is speaking? Who are we talking to? Who are we talking about? For this, we need personal pronouns. Personal pronouns are words like I, you, he, she, it, we, and they. In German, these words are very important because the verb changes depending on the pronoun. So today, we will learn the basic German pronouns. We will look at ich, du, sie, es, wir, ihr, sie, and sie. And we will also learn one very important difference, du and sie. Both can mean you, but they are not used in the same situation. So let's go slowly and let's make this clear from the beginning. Let's start with the singular pronouns. Singular means one person or one thing. In German, we say ich. Ich means I. For example, ich lerne Deutsch. This means I am learning German. Now we have du. Du means you when we speak to one person in an informal way. For example, du lernst Deutsch. This means you are learning German. Now we have er. Er means he. For example, lernt Deutsch. This means he is learning German. Then we have sie. Sie means she. For example, sie lernt Deutsch. This means she is learning German. And finally, es. Es means it. For example, es ist gut. This means it is good. So remember, ich means I, du means you, means he, sie means she, es means it. These are the first pronouns you need for simple German sentences. Now let's look at the plural pronouns. Plural means more than one person or more than one thing. The first one is wir. Wir means we. For example, wir lernen Deutsch. This means we are learning German. Next we have ihr. Ihr means you all when we speak to more than one person in an informal way. For example, ihr lernt Deutsch. This means you are learning German, but here we are talking to two or more people. Now we have sie. Sie can also mean they. For example, sie lernen Deutsch. This means they are learning German. Be careful, sie can mean she, and sie can also mean they. The meaning depends on the sentence. And finally, we have sie with a capital S. Sie means you in a formal way. For example, Sie lernen Deutsch. This means you are learning German, but this is polite and formal. So now we have wir means we, ihr means you all, sie means they, sie means formal you. Very good. Now the pronouns are starting to become more complete. Now we need to understand one very important difference, du and sie. Both can mean you, but they are not used in the same situation. We use du with friends, family, children, classmates, or people we know well. For example, hello, Anna. Wie geht es dir? Here we use du because Anna is someone familiar. But we use sie in formal situations. For example, with a teacher, a doctor, a stranger, or in a shop. For example, Guten Tag. Wie heißen Sie? This means, good day, what is your name? Here, sie is polite and formal. So remember, du is friendly and informal, sie is polite and formal. This is very important in German culture. If you are not sure, sie is usually safer. Later, when the situation becomes friendly, people may say, wir können du sagen. That means we can use du. But at A1 level, just remember du for informal, sie for formal. Great! Now let's practice all the personal pronouns together. Listen first, then repeat slowly. Ich, I, du, you, he, sie, she, es, it, wir, we, ihr, you all, sie, they, sie, formal you. Now let's use them in simple sentences. Ich lerne Deutsch. I am learning German. Du lernst Deutsch. You are learning German. Lernt Deutsch. He is learning German. Sie lernt Deutsch. She is learning German. Wir lernen Deutsch. We are learning German. Sie lernen Deutsch. They are learning German. And now formal. Sie lernen Deutsch. You are learning German. Very good. Now you know the basic German personal pronouns. You also know the difference between du and sie. This is a big step because in the next part, we will use these pronouns with one of the most important verbs in German, sein. That means to be. So let's continue step by step. Great! Now that we know the German personal pronouns, we can use them with one of the most important verbs in the German language. This verb is sein. Sein means to be. In English, we say, I am, you are, he is, she is, we are, and they are. In German, we also need this verb all the time. We use sein when we talk about names, jobs, age, nationality, feelings, and simple descriptions. For example, Ich bin Anna. This means I am Anna. Or Ich bin müde. This means I am tired. So today we will learn how to use sein with the German personal pronouns. Do not worry, sein is a very common verb, so you will hear it again and again. Let's learn it slowly, clearly, and with simple examples. Let's start with the basic forms of sein. With ich, we say, ich bin. Ich bin means I am. For example, ich bin hier. This means I am here. With du, we say du bist. Du bist means you are. For example, du bist nett. This means you are nice. With we say ist. Ist means he is. For example, ist müde. This means he is tired. With sie, we say sie ist. Sie ist means she is. For example, sie ist freundlich. This means she is friendly. With es, we say es ist. Es ist means it is. For example, es ist gut. This means it is good. So remember, ich bin, du bist, ist, sie ist, es ist. These are the singular forms of sein. Now let's look at the plural forms of sein. With wir, we say wir sind. Wir sind means we are. For example, wir sind hier. This means we are here. With ihr, we say ihr seid. Ihr seid means you are, when speaking to more than one person informally. For example, ihr seid schnell. This means you are fast. Now we have sie, meaning they. With sie, we say sie sind. Sie sind means they are. For example, sie sind müde. This means they are tired. And finally, we have sie with a capital S. This is the formal you. With formal sie, we also say sie sind. For example, Sie sind sehr nett. This means you are very nice, formal. So remember, wir sind, ihr seid, sie sind, Sie sind. Good. Now you know the most important forms of the verb sein. Now let's use sein with simple A1 sentences. First, listen, then repeat slowly. Ich bin Anna. I am Anna. Du bist Omar. You are Omar. We can also use sein with jobs. Ich bin Lehrer. I am a teacher. Sie ist Ärztin. She is a doctor. Ist Student. He is a student. We can use sein with nationality or country. Ich bin aus Ägypten. I am from Egypt. Du bist aus Deutschland. You are from Germany. And we use sein with age. This is very important. In German, we do not say, I have 20 years. We say, Ich bin 20 Jahre alt. This means, I am 20 years old. So remember this sentence well. Ich bin 20 Jahre alt. In German, age uses sein, not haben. This is a very common beginner mistake, so learn it correctly from the beginning. Great! Now let's practice sein with simple descriptions. Listen first, then repeat slowly. Ich bin müde. I am tired. Du bist freundlich. You are friendly. Ist krank. He is sick. Sie ist nett. She is nice. Es ist gut. It is good. Wir sind bereit. We are ready. Ihr seid laut. You are loud. Sie sind glücklich. They are happy. And formal, Sie sind freundlich. You are friendly. Formal. Very good. Now you know how to use the verb sein with the German personal pronouns. You can now say who someone is, where someone is from, what someone's job is, how old someone is, and how someone feels. This is a very big step in German A1. Next, we will learn another very important verb, haben. Haben means to have. And with sein and haben together, you can build many useful German sentences. So let's continue step by step. Great! Now that we know the verb sein, we can learn another very important German verb. This verb is haben. Haben means to have. In English, we say, I have, you have, he has, she has, we have, and they have. In German, we use haben very often. We use it when we talk about things, family, time, hunger, thirst, and many everyday situations. For example, ich habe ein Buch. This means I have a book. Or ich habe Hunger. This means I am hungry. Literally, in German, we say I have hunger. So haben is not only about objects, it is also used in many common German expressions. Today, we will learn how to use haben with the German personal pronouns. We will go slowly, clearly, and with simple A1 examples. Let's start with the singular forms of haben. With ich, we say ich habe. Ich habe means I have. For example, ich habe ein Buch. This means I have a book. With du, we say du hast. Du hast means you have. For example, du hast Zeit. This means you have time. With we say hat. Hat means he has. For example, hat Hunger. This means he is hungry. With sie, we say sie hat. Sie hat means she has. For example, sie hat Durst. This means she is thirsty. With es, we say es hat. Es hat means it has. For example, es hat einen Namen. This means it has a name. So remember, ich habe, du hast, hat, sie hat, es hat. These are the singular forms of haben. Now, let's look at the plural forms of haben. With wir, we say wir haben. Wir haben means we have. For example, wir haben Zeit. This means we have time. With ihr, we say ihr habt. Ihr habt means you have when speaking to more than one person informally. For example, ihr habt ein Auto. This means you have a car. Now we have sie, meaning they. With sie, we say sie haben. Sie haben means they have. For example, sie haben Kinder. This means they have children. And finally, we have sie with a capital S. This is the formal you. With formal sie, we also say sie haben. For example, sie haben einen Termin. This means you have an appointment, formal. So remember, wir haben, ihr habt, sie haben, sie haben. Good. Now you know the most important forms of the verb haben. Now let's use haben in real A1 situations. Listen first, then repeat slowly. Ich habe ein Buch. I have a book. Du hast Zeit. You have time. Hat Hunger. He is hungry. Sie hat Durst. She is thirsty. Wir haben eine Wohnung. We have an apartment. Ihr habt ein Auto. You have a car. Sie haben Kinder. They have children. And formal, Sie haben einen Termin. You have an appointment. Formal. Now let's practice the negative form. Ich habe keine Zeit. I do not have time. Ich habe kein Geld. I do not have money. Sie hat keine Tasche. She does not have a bag. Very good. Now you know how to use haben with German personal pronouns. You can talk about things, family, time, hunger, thirst, and simple everyday situations. And now you know two of the most important verbs in German, sein, to be, and haben, to have. Next, we will start working with regular verbs in the present tense, so let's continue step by step. Great! Now that we know the two very important verbs, sein, to be, and haben, to have, we can start working with regular German verbs in the present tense. In German, the present tense is called Präsens. Präsens means present tense. Today, we will learn how to use simple regular verbs like lernen, machen, wohnen, and arbeiten. Lernen means to learn. Machen means to do or to make. Wohnen means to live when we talk about where someone lives. And arbeiten means to work. These verbs are very useful at A1 level because they help you talk about your daily life. For example, ich lerne Deutsch. This means I am learning German, or Ich wohne in Kairo. This means I live in Cairo. The important thing is this. In German, the verb changes depending on the pronoun. So we do not only say lernen, we say ich lerne, du lernst, sie, es lernt, and so on. Don't worry. Regular verbs follow a clear pattern, and today we will learn that pattern slowly and clearly. Let's start with the basic idea. Most regular German verbs end in n. For example, lernen, machen, wohnen, and arbeiten. To use the verb with a pronoun, we usually remove n. Then we keep the verb stem. For lernen, the stem is lern. For machen, the stem is mach. For wohnen, the stem is wohn, and then we add the correct ending. With ich, we add e. So, ich lerne, I learn. With du, we add st. So, du lernst, you learn. With sie, and s, we add te. So, lernt, sie lernt, and es lernt. With wir, we add n, so wir lernen, we learn. With ihr, we add te, so ihr lernt, you all learn. And with sie, or formal sie, we add n, so sie lernen, and sie lernen. The full pattern is ich, du, st, sie, es, te, wir, n, ihr, te, sie, and sie, n. This is one of the most important patterns in German A1. Now, let's practice the pattern with the verb lernen. Lernen means to learn. Listen carefully. Ich lerne, I learn. Du lernst, you learn. Lernt, he learns. Sie lernt, she learns. Es lernt, it learns. Wir lernen, we learn. Ihr lernt, you all learn. Sie lernen, they learn. And Sie lernen, you learn, formal. Now let's use lernen in simple A1 sentences. Ich lerne Deutsch. I am learning German. Du lernst English. You are learning English. Lernt langsam. He is learning slowly. Wir lernen zusammen. We are learning together. Very good. Now let's look at machen. Machen means to do or to make. Ich mache Kaffee. I am making coffee. Du machst Hausaufgaben. You are doing homework. Macht Sport. He is doing sports. Wir machen eine Pause. We are taking a break. So remember, lernen and machen follow the same regular pattern. Now let's continue with two more useful verbs, wohnen and arbeiten. Wohnen means to live when we talk about where someone lives. For example, ich wohne in Berlin. I live in Berlin. Du wohnst in Hamburg. You live in Hamburg. Wohnt in München. He lives in Munich. Wir wohnen in Deutschland. We live in Germany. So, wohnen is a normal, regular verb. Now let's look at arbeiten. Arbeiten means to work. This verb is also regular, but there is one small detail. Because the stem ends with te, we need an extra sound in some forms. So we say ich arbeite, I work. Du arbeitest, you work. Arbeitet, he works. Sie arbeitet, she works. Wir arbeiten, we work. Ihr arbeitet, you all work. Sie arbeiten, they work. And Sie arbeiten, you work, formal. Look carefully. Du arbeitest, not du arbeitest, and arbeitet, not arbeitet. The extra makes the word easier to pronounce. This happens with verbs like arbeiten. So remember, arbeiten is regular, but it needs a small pronunciation helper in some forms. Great! Now let's practice regular verbs in simple A1 sentences. Listen first, then repeat slowly. Ich lerne Deutsch. I am learning German. Du lernst schnell. You are learning fast. Macht Kaffee. He is making coffee. Sie macht Hausaufgaben. She is doing homework. Wir wohnen in Kairo. We live in Cairo. Ihr wohnt in Berlin. You live in Berlin. Sie arbeiten heute. They are working today. And Sie arbeiten hier. You work here. Formal. Very good. Now let's remember the regular verb endings again. Ich ends with du ends with st, sie, s end with te, wir ends with n, ihr ends with te, sie and z end with n. With this pattern, you can use many regular German verbs. Now you can say what you learn, what you do, where you live, and where you work. This is a very important step for building real German sentences. Next, we will continue with word order in simple German sentences. We will learn where the verb goes and how to build clear sentences in German. So let's continue step by step. Great! Now that we know regular German verbs in the present tense, we can look at some very common verbs that do not follow the pattern perfectly. These verbs are called irregular verbs. Irregular means the verb changes in a special way. Do not worry. At A1 level, you do not need to learn every irregular verb at once, but you do need some very common ones. Today, we will look at fahren, lesen, sehen, sprechen, essen, and nehmen. Fahren means to drive or to go by vehicle. Lesen means to read. Sehen means to see. Sprechen means to speak. Essen means to eat. And nehmen means to take. These verbs are very useful in daily German. The important thing is this. In many irregular verbs, the change happens mainly with du and with sie, s. For example, we do not say du fast, we say du fast. And we do not say liest, we say liest. So today, we will learn these verbs slowly, clearly, and with simple examples. Let's start with the first two irregular verbs, fahren and lesen. Fahren means to drive or to go by vehicle. The basic forms are ich fahre, I drive, du fährst, you drive, fährt, he drives, sie fährt, she drives, es fährt, it drives. Wir fahren, we drive, ihr fahrt, you all drive, sie fahren, they drive, sie fahren, you drive, formal. Look carefully. With du, we say du fährst, and with sie, s, we say fährt. The vowel changes, a becomes er. For example, ich fahre nach Berlin. This means I am going to Berlin. Du fährst mit dem Bus. This means you are going by bus. Now let's look at lesen. Lesen means to read. The important forms are ich lese, I read, du liest, you read, liest, he reads, sie liest, she reads, wir lesen, we read, ihr lest, you all read, sie lesen, they read, sie lesen, you read, formal. For example, ich lese ein Buch. This means I am reading a book. Liest eine Nachricht. This means he is reading a message. So remember, fahren becomes du fährst and fährt. Lesen becomes du liest and liest. Now let's continue with two more important verbs, sehen and sprechen. Sehen means to see. The basic forms are ich sehe, I see, du siehst, you see, sieht, he sees, sie sieht, she sees, es sieht, it sees, wir sehen, we see, ihr seht, you all see, sie sehen, they see, sie sehen, you see, formal. Look carefully. Sehen changes to du siehst and sieht. For example, ich sehe das Auto. This means I see the car. Du siehst den Bus. This means you see the bus. Now let's look at sprechen. Sprechen means to speak. The basic forms are ich spreche, I speak, du sprichst, you speak, spricht, he speaks, sie spricht, she speaks, wir sprechen, we speak, ihr sprecht, you all speak, sie sprechen, they speak, sie sprechen, you speak, formal. For example, ich spreche Deutsch, I speak German. Sie spricht English. She speaks English. Here, the vowel changes becomes e. So remember, sehen becomes du siehst and sieht. Sprechen becomes du sprichst and spricht. These verbs are very common, so you will hear them again and again. Now let's look at two verbs you will use all the time, essen and nehmen. Essen means to eat. The basic forms are ich esse, I eat, du isst, you eat, isst, he eats, sie isst, she eats, wir essen, we eat, ihr esst, you all eat, sie essen, they eat, sie essen, you see, formal. For example, ich esse Brot. I am eating bread. Isst Pizza. He is eating pizza. Now let's look at nehmen. Nehmen means to take. The basic forms are ich nehme, I take, du nimmst, you take, nimmt, he takes, sie nimmt, she takes, wir nehmen, we take, ihr nehmt, you all take, sie nehmen, they take, sie nehmen, you take, formal. For example, ich nehme den Bus, I take the bus. Sie nimmt ein Taxi, she takes a taxi. Wir nehmen einen Kaffee, we take a coffee. Or more naturally, we will have a coffee. Look carefully. Nehmen changes a lot with du and with sie, es. We say, du nimmst, nimmt, sie nimmt. So remember, essen becomes du isst and isst. Nehmen becomes du nimmst and nimmt. Great! Now let's practice the irregular verbs together. Listen first, then repeat slowly. Ich fahre nach Berlin. I am going to Berlin. Du fährst mit dem Bus. You are going by bus. Liest ein Buch. He is reading a book. Wir lesen zusammen. We are reading together. Ich sehe das Auto. I see the car. Du siehst den Bus. You see the bus. Ich spreche Deutsch. I speak German. Sie spricht English. She speaks English. Ich esse Brot. I am eating bread. Isst Pizza. He is eating pizza. Ich nehme den Bus. I take the bus. Sie nimmt ein Taxi. She takes a taxi. Very good. Now remember the big idea. With many irregular verbs, the special change happens mainly with du and with sie, es. But with ich, wir, ihr, sie, and formal sie, the verb often looks closer to the regular pattern. So do not try to memorize everything at once. Start with the most useful forms. For example, du fährst, fährt, du liest, liest, du sprichst, spricht, du isst, isst, du nimmst, nimmt. These forms will help you understand and speak many simple German sentences. Next, we will continue building clear German sentences and learn more about word order. Where does the verb go? How do we make a simple sentence? We will make it clear step by step. Great! Now that we know some important German verbs, regular verbs, and irregular verbs, we can start building clear German sentences. Today, we will learn basic German sentence structure. This means, how do we put words in the correct order? In English, we often say subject, verb, object. For example, I learn German. In German, we can also start with this simple pattern. For example, ich lerne Deutsch. This means I am learning German. Here, ich is the subject, lerne is the verb, Deutsch is the object. So the basic idea is subject, verb, object. But German has one very important rule. In a normal statement, the verb usually comes in position 2. This is very important. Not position 1, not position 3, position 2. Today, we will learn this slowly with simple examples, so your German sentences start to sound clear and correct. Let's start with the easiest sentence pattern: subject, verb, object. The subject is who does the action. The verb is the action, and the object is the thing or the person that receives the action. For example, ich lerne Deutsch. This means I am learning German. Ich is the subject, lerne is the verb, Deutsch is the object. Another example, du machst Hausaufgaben. This means you are doing homework. Du is the subject, machst is the verb, Hausaufgaben is the object. Now look at trinkt Wasser. This means he drinks water. Is the subject, trinkt is the verb, Wasser is the object, and sie liest ein Buch. This means she is reading a book. So remember, a very simple German sentence can be subject, verb, object. This is a strong basic pattern for A1. Now let's look at the most important rule for German word order. In a normal statement, the verb is in position 2. Position 2 means the second idea in the sentence. For example, ich lerne Deutsch. Position 1, ich. Position 2, lerne. Position 3, Deutsch. So the verb is second. Another example, wir wohnen in Kairo. This means we live in Cairo. Position 1, wir. Position 2, wohnen. Position 3, in Cairo. The verb is second. Now look at macht Kaffee. This means he is making coffee. Position 1, Position 2, macht. Position 3, Kaffee. Again, the verb is second. This rule is very important. In German, when you build a normal statement, always look for the verb. Ask yourself, is the verb in position 2? If yes, your sentence is probably on the right track. Now, German becomes a little more flexible. Sometimes we do not start the sentence with the subject. We can start with a time word, or a place, or another idea, but the verb still stays in position 2. For example, heute lerne ich Deutsch. This means, today I am learning German. Position 1, heute. Position 2, lerne. Then comes ich Deutsch. So notice we do not say heute ich lerne Deutsch. That is not correct. We say heute lerne ich Deutsch. The verb stays second. Another example, morgen arbeite ich. This means tomorrow I work. Position 1, morgen. Position 2, arbeite. Then comes ich. Another example, in Berlin wohnt Anna. This means Anna lives in Berlin, or more naturally, in Berlin, Anna lives. Here, in Berlin is position 1. Wohnt is position 2. Anna comes after the verb. So remember, if something comes first, the verb still comes second. This is a key rule in German. Great. Now let's practice simple German sentence structure. Listen first, then repeat slowly. Ich lerne Deutsch. I am learning German. Du machst Hausaufgaben. You are doing homework. Trinkt Wasser. He drinks water. Sie liest ein Buch. She is reading a book. Wir wohnen in Kairo. We live in Cairo. Now listen to sentences that start with time. Heute lerne ich Deutsch. Today I am learning German. Morgen arbeite ich. Tomorrow I work. Am Abend lese ich ein Buch. In the evening I read a book. Very good. Now remember the big rule. In normal German statements, the verb comes in position 2. If the subject is first, we say ich lerne Deutsch. If a time word is first, we say heute lerne ich Deutsch. The verb stays second. This rule will help you build clear German sentences. Next, we will continue with questions in German. We will learn how to ask yes or no questions and simple W questions like was, wo, wann, and wie. So let's continue step by step. Great! Now that we know basic German sentence structure, and we know that the verb usually comes in position 2 in normal statements, we can now learn how to ask simple questions. Today, we will learn yes or no questions. A yes or no question is a question you can answer with yes or no. For example, in English, we can ask, are you tired? Do you have time? Are you learning German? In German, these questions are very important at A1 level. We will practice questions like, bist du müde? This means, are you tired? Hast du Zeit? This means, do you have time? And lernst du Deutsch? This means, are you learning German? The most important rule is this. In a German yes or no question, the verb comes first, not second, first. So in a normal sentence, we say, Du bist müde. This means, you are tired. But in a question, we say, Bist du müde? This means, are you tired? So today, we will learn how to make simple German questions slowly and clearly. Let's start with yes or no questions using the verb sein. Sein means to be. In a normal sentence, we say, Du bist müde. This means, you are tired. The verb is bist. Now, to make a yes or no question, we put the verb first. So we say, Bist du müde? This means, are you tired? Statement, Du bist müde. Question, Bist du müde? Look carefully. Statement, Du bist müde. Question, Bist du müde? The verb moves to the front. Another example, ist krank. This means, he is sick. Question, Ist krank? This means, is he sick? Another example, Sie ist Lehrerin. This means, she is a teacher. Question, Ist sie Lehrerin? This means, is she a teacher? Now with wir. Wir sind bereit. This means, we are ready. Question, Sind wir bereit? This means, are we ready? So remember, with sein questions, the verb comes first. Bist du? Ist Ist sie? Sind wir? Very good. This is the first question pattern. Now, let's make yes or no questions with the verb haben. Haben means to have. In a normal sentence, we say, Du hast Zeit. This means, you have time. To make a question, we put the verb first. So we say, Hast du Zeit? This means, do you have time? Statement, Du hast Zeit. Question, Hast du Zeit? Very simple. The verb comes first. Another example, Hat Hunger? This means, he is hungry. Literally, he has hunger. Question, Hat Hunger? This means, is he hungry? Another example, Sie hat Durst. This means, she is thirsty. Question, Hat sie Durst? This means, is she thirsty? Now, with formal Sie, Sie haben einen Termin. This means, you have an appointment. Formal. Question, Haben Sie einen Termin? Do you have an appointment? Formal. So remember, hast du, hat hat sie, haben Sie? These are very common German A1 questions. And when you answer, you can say ja, yes, or nein, no. For example, hast du Zeit? Ja, ich habe Zeit. This means, yes, I have time. Now, let's use regular verbs in yes or no questions. Remember, in a normal statement, the verb is in position 2. For example, Du lernst Deutsch. This means you are learning German. But in a yes or no question, the verb comes first. So we say, Lernst du Deutsch? This means, are you learning German? Statement, Du lernst Deutsch. Question, Lernst du Deutsch? Now another example. Wohnst du in Kairo? This means, you live in Cairo. Question, Wohnst du in Kairo? This means, do you live in Cairo? Another example, Arbeitest du heute? This means, you are working today. Question, Arbeitest du heute? This means, are you working today? And Du machst Hausaufgaben. This means, you are doing homework. Question, Machst du Hausaufgaben? This means, are you doing homework? So the pattern is verb, subject, rest of the sentence. Lernst du Deutsch? Wohnst du in Kairo? Arbeitest du heute? Machst du Hausaufgaben? This is a very useful pattern. When you want to ask a simple yes or no question in German, start with the verb. Great! Now let's practice yes or no questions together. Listen first, then repeat slowly. Bist du müde? Are you tired? Bist du bereit? Are you ready? Ist krank? Is he sick? Ist die Lehrerin? Is she a teacher? Hast du Zeit? Do you have time? Hat Hunger? Is he hungry? Hat sie Durst? Is she thirsty? Haben Sie einen Termin? Do you have an appointment? Formal. Lernst du Deutsch? Are you learning German? Wohnst du in Kairo? Do you live in Cairo? Arbeitest du heute? Are you working today? Machst du Hausaufgaben? Are you doing homework? Very good. Now remember the big rule. In normal German statements, the verb comes in position 2. For example, du lernst Deutsch. But in yes or no questions, the verb comes first. For example, lernst du Deutsch? You can answer with ja, yes, or nein, no. For example, lernst du Deutsch? Ja, ich lerne Deutsch. This means yes, I am learning German. Or nein, ich lerne English. No, I am learning English. Very good. Now you can ask simple German yes or no questions. Next, we will continue with W questions. These are questions with words like was, wo, wann, wer, and wie. So let's continue step by step. Great! Now that we know how to ask yes or no questions in German, we can continue with another very important type of question. Today, we will learn W questions. W questions are questions that begin with question words. In German, many question words also start with W. For example, wer, was, wo, woher, wohin, wann, wie, and warum. These words help us ask for specific information. For example, wer bist du? This means, who are you? Was machst du? This means, what are you doing? Wo wohnst du? This means, where do you live? These are not yes or no questions. You do not answer only with ja or nein. You answer with information. For example, wo wohnst du? Ich wohne in Kairo. This means, where do you live? I live in Cairo. The important rule is this. In German W questions, the W word comes first and the verb comes second. So the pattern is W word, verb, subject, and the rest of the sentence. For example, wo wohnst du? Wo is the question word, wohnst is the verb, du is the subject. So today we will learn these question words slowly and clearly with simple A1 examples. Let's start with two very common W questions, wer and was. Wer means who. We use wer when we ask about a person. For example, wer bist du? This means, who are you? Another example, wer ist das? This means, who is that? You can answer, das ist Anna. This means, that is Anna. Now let's look at was. Was means what. We use was when we ask about a thing, an action, or information. For example, was machst du? This means, what are you doing? You can answer, ich lerne Deutsch. This means, I am learning German. Another example, was ist das? This means, what is that? You can answer, das ist ein Buch. This means, that is a book. So remember, wer means who, was means what, and in both questions, the verb comes second. Wer bist du? Was machst du? This is the basic structure of German W questions. Now let's look at 3 question words about place and direction. The first one is wo. Wo means where. We use wo when we ask about a location. For example, wo wohnst du? This means, where do you live? You can answer, ich wohne in Kairo. This means, I live in Cairo. Another example, wo ist der Bahnhof? This means, where is the train station? Now we have woher. Woher means where from. We use woher when we ask about origin. For example, woher kommst du? This means, where are you from? You can answer, ich komme aus Ägypten. This means, I come from Egypt. Or more naturally, I am from Egypt. Now look at wohin. Wohin means where to. We use wohin when we ask about direction. For example, wohin gehst du? This means, where are you going? You can answer, ich gehe nach Hause. This means, I am going home. So remember, wo means where, woher means where from, wohin means where to. These 3 words are very useful for daily German. Now let's continue with 3 more important W questions. Wann, wie, and warum. Wann means when. We use wann to ask about time. For example, wann arbeitest du? This means, when do you work? You can answer, ich arbeite morgen. This means, I work tomorrow. Another example, wann kommst du? This means, when are you coming? Now look at wie. Wie means how. For example, wie geht es dir? This means, how are you? A simple answer is, mir geht es gut. This means, I am fine. We can also ask, wie heißt du? This means, what is your name? Literally, it means, how are you called? You can answer, ich heiße Omar. This means, my name is Omar. Now look at warum. Warum means why. For example, warum lernst du Deutsch? This means, why are you learning German? You can answer, ich lerne Deutsch, weil ich in Deutschland arbeiten möchte. This means, I am learning German because I want to work in Germany. This sentence is a little longer, so at A1 level, you can also answer simply, für Arbeit, for work, or für die Schule, for school. So remember, wann means when, wie means how, warum means why, and the verb still comes second. Great! Now let's practice the W questions together. Listen first, then repeat slowly. Wer bist du? Who are you? Wer ist das? Who is that? Was machst du? What are you doing? Was ist das? What is that? Wo wohnst du? Where do you live? Wo ist der Bahnhof? Where is the train station? Woher kommst du? Where are you from? Wohin gehst du? Where are you going? Wann arbeitest du? When do you work? Wann kommst du? When are you coming? Wie geht es dir? How are you? Wie heißt du? What is your name? Warum lernst du Deutsch? why are you learning German? Very good. Now remember the big rule. In German W questions, the W word comes first and the verb comes second. For example, wo wohnst du? Was machst du? Wann arbeitest du? Wie heißt du? These questions help you ask for real information, not only yes or no. Now you can ask about people, things, places, origin, direction, time, condition, names, and reasons. This is a very important step for real conversation. Next, we will continue with German nouns and articles. We will learn der, die, and das. These small words are very important in German A1. So let's continue step by step. Great! Now that we can ask different types of questions in German, we can move into real daily communication. Today, we will learn basic German greetings and goodbyes. These are the words you use at the beginning and at the end of a conversation. In German, this is very important because the way you greet someone can sound friendly, polite, formal, or informal. Today, we will look at Hallo, Guten Morgen, Guten Tag, Tschüss, and Auf Wiedersehen. Hallo means hello. Guten Morgen means good morning. Guten Tag means good day. Tschüss means bye. And Auf Wiedersehen means goodbye. These words are simple, but you will use them again and again in real German. For example, Hallo. This means hello. Or Guten Tag. This means good day. And when you leave, you can say Tschüss. This means bye. So today, we will learn when to use these words, how they feel, and how to use them in simple A1 conversations. Let's start with the basic greetings. The first word is Hallo. Hallo means hello. This is friendly and very common. You can use Hallo with friends, classmates, neighbors, or people you know. For example, Hallo, Anna. This means hello, Anna. You can also say Hallo, Oma. Hello, Omar. Now, let's look at Guten Morgen. Guten Morgen means good morning. We use it in the morning. For example, Guten Morgen. This means good morning. You can say it when you meet someone early in the day. Now we have Guten Tag. Guten Tag means good day. This is more polite than Hallo. You can use it in shops, offices, appointments, or with people you do not know well. For example, Guten Tag. This means good day. So remember, Hallo is friendly and informal. Guten Morgen is used in the morning. Guten Tag is polite and useful in many formal situations. Now let's compare informal and polite greetings. In German, you can speak in a friendly way or in a more formal way. For example, with a friend, you can say, Hallo. This means hello. You can also say, Hallo, wie geht es dir? This means, hello, how are you? Here, dir is informal. We use it with someone familiar. Now, in a more polite situation, you can say, Guten Tag, good day. And then, wie geht es Ihnen? This means, how are you? Formal. So look carefully. Informal, Hallo, wie geht es dir? This means, hello, how are you? Formal, Guten Tag, wie geht es Ihnen? This means, good day, how are you? Formal. At A1 level, you do not need to say long conversations. Just start with simple, polite phrases. For example, Hallo, Guten Morgen. Guten Tag. These greetings help you start a German conversation in a clear and natural way. Now let's look at basic goodbyes. The first one is Tschüss. Tschüss means bye. It is friendly and informal. You can use it with friends, classmates, family, or people you know. For example, Tschüss, Anna. This means bye, Anna. Or simply Tschüss, bye. Now let's look at Auf Wiedersehen. Auf Wiedersehen means goodbye. This is more polite and formal. You can use it in a shop, at an appointment, in an office, or with someone you do not know well. For example, Auf Wiedersehen. This means goodbye. So remember, Tschüss is friendly and informal. Auf Wiedersehen is polite and formal. Let's compare. Hallo, Tschüss. These are friendly and simple. Guten Tag, Auf Wiedersehen. These are more polite and formal. This is very useful for real life because in German, politeness matters. If you are not sure, Guten Tag and Auf Wiedersehen are usually safe choices. Great! Now let's practice simple greeting and goodbye conversations. Listen first, then repeat slowly. Hallo. Hello. Tschüss. Bye. Now a short, friendly conversation. Hallo, Anna. Hello, Anna. Hallo, Oma. Hello, Omar. Tschüss, Anna. Bye, Anna. Tschüss, Oma. Bye, Omar. Now let's practice a polite conversation. Guten Morgen. Good morning. Guten Morgen. Good morning. Guten Tag. Good day. Auf Wiedersehen. Goodbye. Very good. Now let's remember the main idea. Use hallo for a friendly hello. Use Guten Morgen in the morning. Use Guten Tag for a polite greeting. Use Tschüss for a friendly goodbye. Use Auf Wiedersehen for a polite goodbye. Now you can start and finish simple German conversations. This is a very important step for real speaking. Next, we will continue with introducing yourself in German. We will learn how to say your name, where you are from, and how to ask someone for their name. So let's continue step by step. Great! Now that we know German greetings and goodbyes, we can start using German in a real first conversation. Today, we will learn how to introduce yourself in simple German. Introducing yourself means you can say your name, who you are, where you are from, and where you live. At A1 level, this is very important because it helps you start a real German conversation. Today, we will use simple sentences like Ich heiße Omar. This means my name is Omar. Ich bin Student. This means I am a student. Ich komme aus Ägypten. This means I come from Egypt, or more naturally, I am from Egypt. And Ich wohne in Kairo. This means I live in Cairo. These sentences are short, clear, and very useful. You can use them when you meet someone new, in a class, in an exam, or in a simple conversation. So today, we will build a simple self-introduction, step by step. Let's start with your name. In German, there are two common ways to say your name. The first one is Ich heiße Omar. This means my name is Omar. Literally, it means I am called Omar. The verb is heißen. Heißen means to be called. So we say Ich heiße Omar. You can also say Ich bin Omar. This means I am Omar. Both are useful, but at A1 level, Ich heiße is very common when introducing yourself. Now, let's ask someone else for their name. We say, Wie heißt du? This means, what is your name? Informal. And in a polite situation, we say, Wie heißen Sie? This means, what is your name? formal. So remember, ich heiße Omar. My name is Omar. Wie heißt du? What is your name? Informal. Wie heißen Sie? What is your name? Formal. These are very important first conversation sentences. Now, let's talk about who you are. For this, we can use the verb sein. Sein means to be. For example, ich bin Student. This means I am a student. If the speaker is female, we can say ich bin Studentin. This means I am a female student. Another example, ich bin Lehrer. This means I am a teacher. Or ich bin Lehrerin. This means I am a female teacher. You can also use simple descriptions. For example, ich bin müde. This means I am tired. Ich bin bereit. This means I am ready. Ich bin freundlich. This means I am friendly. So when you introduce yourself, you can say, ich heiße Omar. My name is Omar. Ich bin Student. I am a student. This is already a simple introduction. You do not need long sentences. Short and clear sentences are perfect for A1. Now, let's talk about where you are from. In German, we say, ich komme aus Ägypten. This means, I come from Egypt, or more naturally, I am from Egypt. The verb is kommen. Kommen means to come, and the phrase is aus. Aus means from. So, ich komme aus Ägypten. I am from Egypt. Another example, ich komme aus Deutschland. This means I am from Germany. You can ask someone, woher kommst du? This means, where are you from? Informal. And in a polite situation, woher kommen Sie? This means, where are you from? Formal. Now let's talk about where you live. We say, ich wohne in Kairo. This means, I live in Cairo. The verb is wohnen. Wohnen means to live when we talk about where someone lives. You can ask, wo wohnst du? This means, where do you live? Informal. And formally, wo wohnen Sie? Where do you live? So remember, ich komme aus Ägypten. I am from Egypt. Ich wohne in Kairo. I live in Cairo. These two sentences are very useful for introducing yourself. Great. Now let's put everything together in a simple self-introduction. Listen first, then repeat slowly. Hallo. Hello. Ich heiße Omar. My name is Omar. Ich bin Student. I am a student. Ich komme aus Ägypten. I am from Egypt. Ich wohne in Kairo. I live in Cairo. Very good. Now let's try another example. Guten Tag. Good day. Ich heiße Anna. My name is Anna. Ich bin Lehrerin. I am a teacher. Ich komme aus Deutschland. I am from Germany. Ich wohne in Berlin. I live in Berlin. Now let's practice the questions. Wie heißt du? What is your name? Woher kommst du? Where are you from? Wo wohnst du? Where do you live? And formally, wie heißen Sie? What is your name? Woher kommen Sie? Where are you from? Wo wohnen Sie? Where do you live? Excellent. Now you can introduce yourself in simple German. You can say your name, who you are, where you are from, and where you live. Next, we will continue with German nouns and articles. We will learn der, die, and das. These small words are very important in German A1. So let's continue step by step. Great! Now that we can introduce ourselves in simple German, we can make our introduction more complete. Today, we will talk about countries, cities, nationalities, and languages. These words are very important at A1 level because they help you say where you are from, where you live, what your nationality is and which languages you speak. For example, Ich komme aus Ägypten. This means I come from Egypt, or more naturally, I am from Egypt. We can also say Ich wohne in Kairo. This means I live in Cairo. And Ich spreche Deutsch. This means I speak German. These are simple sentences, but they are very useful in real conversations, in German classes, and in A1 exams. Today, we will learn the difference between Land, Stadt, Nationalität, and Sprache. Land means country. Stadt means city. Nationalität means nationality. And Sprache means language. So let's learn this slowly, clearly, and with simple German examples. Let's start with countries. In German, country means das Land, and countries are called Länder. When you want to say where you are from, you usually say Ich komme aus. This means I come from or I am from. For example, Ich komme aus Ägypten. This means I am from Egypt. Another example, Ich komme aus Deutschland. This means I am from Germany. You can also say Ich komme aus Österreich. This means I am from Austria. Now look carefully. Most country names come directly after aus. For example, aus Ägypten, aus Deutschland, aus Österreich. But some countries use an article. For example, Ich komme aus der Schweiz. This means I am from Switzerland. And Ich komme aus der Türkei. This means I am from Turkey. And Ich komme aus den USA. This means I am from the USA. Do not worry if this feels new. At A1 level, start by learning the full sentence as one phrase. Now the question is, woher kommst du? This means, where are you from? Informal. And formally, woher kommen Sie? This means, where are you from? Formal. So we have, Ich komme aus Ägypten. Woher kommst du? Woher kommen Sie? These are very important A1 sentences. Now, let's talk about cities. In German, city means die Stadt. And when you want to say where you live, you usually say, Ich wohne in. This means, I live in. For example, Ich wohne in Cairo. This means, I live in Cairo. Another example, Ich wohne in Berlin. This means, I live in Berlin. Or, Ich wohne in München. This means, I live in Munich. Now, let's use a country too. Ich wohne in Deutschland. This means, I live in Germany. Ich wohne in Ägypten. This means, I live in Egypt. With some countries, we use the article again. For example, Ich wohne in der Schweiz. This means, I live in Switzerland. And Ich wohne in der Türkei. This means, I live in Turkey. The question is, wo wohnst du? This means, where do you live? Informal. And formally, wo wohnen Sie? This means, where do you live? Formal. So we have, woher kommst du? Where are you from? And Wo wohnst du? Where do you live? These two questions are similar, but they are not the same. Woher asks about origin. Wo asks about place. Now, let's talk about languages. In German, language means die Sprache, and languages are called Sprachen. The verb we use is sprechen. Sprechen means to speak. For example, ich spreche Deutsch. This means I speak German. Another example, ich spreche English. This means I speak English. You can also say ich spreche Arabisch. This means I speak Arabic. Other useful languages are Französisch, French, Spanish, Spanish, Turkish, Turkish, and Italienisch, Italian. Now let's make the sentence more natural. Ich spreche ein bisschen Deutsch. This means I speak a little German. This is very useful for beginners. You can also say ich spreche gut Englisch. This means I speak English well. Or ich spreche nicht so gut Deutsch. This means I do not speak German very well. Now the question is, welche Sprachen sprichst du? This means, which languages do you speak? Informal. And formally, welche Sprachen sprechen Sie? This means, which languages do you speak? Formal. So we have ich spreche Deutsch. Ich spreche ein bisschen Deutsch. Welche Sprachen sprichst du? These sentences help you talk about languages in a simple and clear way. Great! Now let's put countries, cities, nationalities, and languages together. First, listen and repeat. Ich komme aus Ägypten. I am from Egypt. Ich wohne in Cairo. I live in Cairo. Ich spreche Arabisch. I speak Arabic. Ich spreche ein bisschen Deutsch. I speak a little German. Now another example. Ich komme aus Deutschland. I am from Germany. Ich wohne in Berlin. I live in Berlin. Ich spreche Deutsch. I speak German. Now let's talk about nationality. In German, you can say, Ich bin Ägypter. This means, I am Egyptian. If the speaker is female, we say, Ich bin Ägypterin. This means, I am Egyptian, female. You can also say, Ich bin Deutsche. This means, I am German, male. And Ich bin Deutsche. This means, I am German, female. At A1 level, it is also very common and very safe to say, Ich komme aus. For example, Ich komme aus Ägypten. Or, Ich komme aus Deutschland. Now let's practice a simple introduction. Hallo, ich heiße Omar. Ich komme aus Ägypten. Ich wohne in Kairo. Ich spreche Arabisch und ein bisschen Deutsch. This means, hello, my name is Omar. I am from Egypt. I live in Cairo. I speak Arabic and a little German. Very good. Now you can talk about your country, your city, your nationality, and your languages. Next, we will continue with German nouns and articles. We will learn der, die, and das. These small words are very important in German A1. So let's continue step by step. Great. Now that we can talk about countries, cities, nationalities, and languages, we can learn something very practical for real life. Today we will learn numbers, phone numbers, email addresses, and spelling names. These things are very important at A1 level because you need them in many daily situations. For example, when you register for a course, book an appointment, fill in a form, or introduce yourself more clearly. You may need to say your phone number, your email address, or how to spell your name. In German, we will use simple sentences like Meine Telefonnummer ist, my phone number is, and Meine E-Mail-Adresse ist, my email address is. We will also learn questions like Wie ist deine Telefonnummer? What is your phone number? Informal. And Wie ist Ihre Telefonnummer? What is your phone number? Formal. And Wie schreibt man das? How do you spell that? So today we will practice numbers, then phone numbers, then email addresses, and finally spelling names letter by letter. Let's go slowly, clearly, and step by step. Let's start with numbers. Numbers are very important in German, especially for phone numbers, addresses, prices, times, and dates. First, let's practice the basic numbers from 0 to 10. 0, 0. 1, 1. 2, 2. 3, 4, 4. 5, 5. 6, 6. 7, 7. 8, 8. 9, 9. 10, 10. Now let's continue from 11 to 20. 11, 11. 12, 12. 13, 13. 14, 14. 15, 15. 16, 16. 17, 17. 18, 18. 19, 19. And 20, 20. Good. Now listen again to some very useful numbers. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Very good. At A1 level, you do not need to speak fast. Say the numbers slowly and clearly. This will help you when you give your phone number. Now, let's use numbers with phone numbers. In German, phone number means die Telefonnummer. To ask someone for their phone number, we can say, Wie ist deine Telefonnummer? What is your phone number? Informal. And in a polite situation, we can say, Wie ist Ihre Telefonnummer? What is your phone number? Formal. To answer, we say, Meine Telefonnummer ist. My phone number is. For example, Meine Telefonnummer ist 015 23 45 67. My phone number is 015 23 45 67. When you say a phone number in German, say it slowly, digit by digit. Do not rush. For example, 0, 1, 5, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Now, let's practice. Wie ist deine Telefonnummer? What is your phone number? Meine Telefonnummer ist 015 23 45 67. My phone number is 015 23 45 67. If you don't understand, you can say Bitte langsam, please slowly. You can also say Kannst du das wiederholen? Can you repeat that? Informal. And Können Sie das bitte wiederholen? Can you please repeat that? Formal. These sentences are very useful in real conversations. Now, let's talk about email addresses. In German, email address means die E-Mail-Adresse. To ask someone for their email address, we can say, Wie ist deine E-Mail-Adresse? What is your email address? Informal. And Wie ist Ihre E-Mail-Adresse? What is your email address? Formal. To answer, we say, Meine E-Mail-Adresse ist. My email address is, for example, Meine E-Mail-Adresse ist omar.ali@mail.com. This means my email address is omar.ali@mail.com. In German, for the dot, we usually say Punkt. Punkt means dot. For the at symbol, many people say at. So, omar.ali@mail.com. Now, let's practice another example. Meine E-Mail-Adresse ist anna.müller@gmail.com. This means my email address is anna.müller@gmail.com. If someone does not understand, they may ask, Wie schreibt man das? How do you spell that? Or, Kannst du das bitte buchstabieren? Can you please spell that? Informal. And Können Sie das bitte buchstabieren? Can you please spell that? Formal. So remember, email adresse means email address, Punkt means dot, and buchstabieren means to spell. Great! Now let's practice spelling names and information letter by letter. In German, to spell means buchstabieren. If someone asks, Wie schreibt man das? How do you spell that? You can answer, Ich buchstabiere. I will spell it. For example, Omar. O-M-A-R. Ich heiße Omar. My name is Omar. Ich buchstabiere O-M-A-R. Now let's try Anna. A-N-N-A. Ich heiße Anna. My name is Anna. Ich buchstabiere A-N-N-A. Now let's try a name with an umlaut. Müller. M-U-Umlaut. L-L-E-R. You can say Müller. Ich buchstabiere M-U-Umlaut L-L-E-R. Very good. Now let's put everything together. Listen first, then repeat slowly. Hallo, ich heiße Omar. My name is Omar. Meine Telefonnummer ist 015234567. My phone number is 015234567. Meine E-Mail-Adresse ist omar.ali@mail.com. This means my email address is omar.ali@mail.com. Ich buchstabiere O-M-A-R. Very good. Now you can say your numbers, your phone number, your email address, and spell your name in simple German. Next, we will continue with German nouns and articles. We will learn der, die, and das. These small words are very important in German A1. So let's continue step by step. Great. Now that we can say numbers, phone numbers, email addresses, and spell names, we need something very important for learning German in real life. Today, we will learn classroom phrases and survival German. Survival German means simple German sentences that help you when you do not understand, when you need help, or when you want someone to repeat something. This is very important at A1 level because in class, in an exam, or in a real conversation, you may not understand everything, and that is completely normal. So, today, we will learn useful phrases like Ich verstehe nicht. This means I do not understand. Bitte wiederholen Sie. This means please repeat. Formal. And was bedeutet das? This means what does that mean? We will also learn how to ask someone to speak slowly, how to ask a question, and how to ask for a word in German. These phrases are small, but they are very powerful. They help you stay calm, keep the conversation going, and learn more clearly. So, let's learn the most useful classroom phrases slowly and clearly. Let's start with one of the most important phrases. Ich verstehe nicht. This means I do not understand. The verb is verstehen. Verstehen means to understand. So we can say Ich verstehe. This means I understand. And the negative is Ich verstehe nicht. This means I do not understand. You can also say Ich verstehe das nicht. This means I do not understand that. For example, in a classroom, you may hear a new word. You can say Entschuldigung, ich verstehe nicht. This means excuse me, I do not understand. This is polite and very useful. Another sentence is Ich verstehe die Aufgabe nicht. This means I do not understand the task. Die Aufgabe. This means the task or the exercise. So remember, ich verstehe. I understand. Ich verstehe nicht. I do not understand. Ich verstehe das nicht. I do not understand that. Ich verstehe die Aufgabe nicht. I do not understand the task. These sentences help you ask for help without stress. Now, let's learn how to ask someone to repeat. In German, we can say, Bitte wiederholen Sie. This means, please repeat. Formal. Wiederholen means to repeat. If you want to be more complete, you can say, Können Sie das bitte wiederholen? This means, can you please repeat that? Formal. This is very polite and very useful with a teacher, a stranger, or in an office. If you are speaking to a friend or a classmate, you can say, Kannst du das bitte wiederholen? This means, can you please repeat that? Informal. You can also say, Noch einmal bitte. This means, one more time please. This is short and very useful. Now, let's ask someone to speak slowly. We can say, Bitte langsam. This means, slowly please. Or, Sprechen Sie bitte langsam. This means, please speak slowly. Formal. Informally, we can say, Sprich bitte langsam. This means, speak slowly please. Informal. So remember, Bitte wiederholen Sie. Please repeat. Können Sie das bitte wiederholen? Can you please repeat that? Formal. Noch einmal bitte. One more time please. Bitte langsam. Slowly please. These are survival phrases for every German beginner. Now, let's learn how to ask about meaning. A very important question is, Was bedeutet das? This means, what does that mean? Bedeutet means. For example, if you see a new word, you can ask, Was bedeutet das? What does that mean? You can also ask about a specific word. For example, Was bedeutet Hausaufgabe? This means, what does Hausaufgabe mean? The answer is, Hausaufgabe bedeutet homework. This means, Hausaufgabe means homework. Another very useful question is, Wie sagt man das auf Deutsch? This means, how do you say that in German? For example, Wie sagt man Buch auf Deutsch? This means, how do you say book in German? The answer is Buch. Buch means book. You can also ask, Wie schreibt man das? This means, how do you write that? Or, how do you spell that? And, können Sie das bitte buchstabieren? This means, can you please spell that? Formal. So remember, was bedeutet das? What does that mean? Wie sagt man das auf Deutsch? How do you say that in German? Wie schreibt man das? How do you write that? These questions help you learn new words faster. Great! Now let's practice classroom phrases together. Listen first, then repeat slowly. Entschuldigung, excuse me. Ich verstehe nicht. I do not understand. Ich verstehe das nicht. I do not understand that. Ich verstehe die Aufgabe nicht. I do not understand the task. Bitte wiederholen Sie. Please repeat. Formal. Können Sie das bitte wiederholen? Can you please repeat that? Formal. Noch einmal bitte. One more time, please. Bitte langsam. Slowly, please. Sprechen Sie bitte langsam. Please speak slowly. Formal. Was bedeutet das? What does that mean? Wie sagt man das auf Deutsch? How do you say that in German? Wie schreibt man das? How do you spell that? Ich habe eine Frage. I have a question. Very good. Now let's make a short classroom conversation. Entschuldigung, ich verstehe nicht. Können Sie das bitte wiederholen? Bitte langsam. Was bedeutet das? Very good. Now you can survive many classroom situations in simple German. You can say that you do not understand, ask someone to repeat, ask someone to speak slowly, ask for meaning, and ask how to say or spell a word. This is a very important step for real learning. Next, we will continue with German nouns and articles. We will learn der, die, and das. These small words are very important in German A1. So let's continue step by step. Great! Now that we have learned many useful German phrases for real communication, we can start a very important part of German grammar. Today, we will learn der, die, and das. In English, we usually say the. For example, the book, the table, the child. But in German, the word the can be der, die, or das. All three can mean the. But we do not choose them randomly. In German, every noun has a gender. A noun can be masculine, feminine, or neuter. So we use der with masculine nouns, die with feminine nouns, and das with neuter nouns. For example, der Mann. This means the man. Die Frau. This means the woman. And das Kind. This means the child. Do not worry if this feels new. At A1 level, the most important habit is simple. Learn every noun with its article. Not only Buch, but das Buch. Not only Lampe, but die Lampe. So today, we will learn der, die, and das slowly and clearly with simple examples. Great! Now, let's look at der. Der means the. We use der with masculine nouns. For example, der Mann. This means the man. Another example, der Vater. This means the father. And der Bruder. This means the brother. These examples are easy because they are male people, but German grammar is not always about real-life gender. Sometimes a thing can also be masculine. For example, der Tisch. This means the table. A table is not a man, but in German, Tisch is masculine, so we say der Tisch. Another useful example is der Stuhl. This means the chair. And der Bus. This means the bus. So remember, der Mann, the man, der Vater, the father, der Tisch, the table, der Stuhl, the chair, der Bus, the bus. When the noun is masculine, we use der. Great! Now let's look at die. Die means the. We use die with feminine nouns. For example, die Frau. This means the woman. Another example, die Mutter. This means the mother. And die Schwester. This means the sister. These examples are easy because they are female people. But again, German grammar is not always about real-life gender. For example, die Lampe. This means the lamp. A tamp is not a woman, but in German, Lampe is feminine. So we say die Lampe. Another useful example is die Tasche. This means the bag. And die Schule. This means the school. And die Stadt. This means the city. So remember, die Frau, the woman, die Mutter, the mother, die Lampe, the lamp, die Tasche, the bag, die Schule, the school, die Stadt, the city. When the noun is feminine, we use die. One small note, die is also used for plural nouns. For example, die Bücher. This means the books. But for now, focus on the basic idea. Der, die, and das with singular nouns. Great! Now let's look at das. Das means the. We use das with neuter nouns. For example, das Kind. This means the child. Another example, das Baby. This means the baby. And one very important word, das Mädchen. This means the girl. This can feel strange because Mädchen means girl, but in German grammar, Mädchen is neuter. So we say das Mädchen. Now let's see more examples. Das Buch. This means the book. Das Auto. This means the car. Das Haus. This means the house. And das Handy. This means the phone. Now let's practice all three articles together. Der Mann, the man, die Frau, the woman, das Kind, the child, der Tisch, the table, die Lampe, the lamp, das Buch, the book. Very good. Now you know the three German definite articles, der, die, and das. They all can mean the, but in German, each noun has its own article. So your new habit is learn every noun with its article. Der Tisch, die Lampe, das Buch. This is one of the most important habits in German A1. Next, we will continue with indefinite articles, ein and eine. They mean a or an. So let's continue step by step. Great! Now that we know the German definite articles, der, die, and das, we can learn another very important group of small words. Today, we will learn ein, eine, and ein. In English, we use a or an. For example, a book, a table, an apple. In German, we also use words like this, but the word changes depending on the gender of the noun. So we say ein with masculine nouns, eine with feminine nouns, and ein with neuter nouns. For example, ein Mann. This means a man. Eine Frau. This means a woman. Ein Kind. This means a child. So the idea is simple. Der becomes ein. Die becomes eine, and das becomes ein. Do not worry if this feels new. We will learn it slowly with simple examples, and we will connect it to what we already know from der, die, and das. Let's start with the basic connection. We already know der Mann. This means the man. Now, if we want to say a man, we say ein Mann. So, der Mann becomes ein Mann. Another example, der Tisch. This means the table. A table is ein Tisch. So, for masculine nouns, we use ein. Now look at feminine nouns. We already know die Frau. This means the woman. A woman is eine Frau. So, die Frau becomes eine Frau. Another example, die Lampe. This means the lamp. A lamp is eine Lampe. So, for feminine nouns, we use eine. Now look at neuter nouns. We already know das Kind. This means the child. A child is ein Kind. And das Buch. This means the book. A book is ein Buch. So remember, der becomes ein. Die becomes eine, and das becomes ein. Now let's practice ein with masculine nouns. Ein means a or an. We use ein with masculine nouns. For example, ein Mann. This means a man. Another example, ein Vater. This means a father. And ein Bruder. This means a brother. Now let's use things too. Der Tisch. This means the table. So we say ein Tisch. This means a table. Der Stuhl. This means the chair. So we say ein Stuhl. This means a chair. Der Bus. This means the bus. So we say ein Bus. This means a bus. Now let's make simple A1 sentences. Das ist ein Mann. This means that is a man. Das ist ein Tisch. This means that is a table. Das ist ein Bus. This means that is a bus. So remember, for masculine nouns, we use ein. Now let's practice eine with feminine nouns. Eine means a or an. We use eine with feminine nouns. For example, eine Frau. This means a woman. Another example, eine Mutter. This means a mother. And eine Schwester. This means a sister. Now let's use things too. Die Lampe. This means the lamp. So we say eine Lampe. This means a lamp. Die Tasche. This means the bag. So we say eine Tasche. this means a bag. Die Schule, this means the school, so we say eine Schule, this means a school, and die Stadt, this means the city, so we say eine Stadt, this means a city. Now let's make simple A1 sentences. Das ist eine Frau. This means that is a woman. Das ist eine Lampe. This means that is a lamp. Das ist eine Tasche. This means that is a bag. So remember, for feminine nouns, we use eine. Great! Now let's practice ein with neuter nouns. Yes, we use ein again. For neuter nouns, we also use ein. For example, ein Kind, this means a child. Another example, ein Baby, this means a baby. And remember, das Mädchen, this means the girl, so we say ein Mädchen, this means a girl. Now let's use things too. Das Buch, this means the book, so we say ein Buch, this means a book. Das Auto, this means the car, so we say ein Auto, this means a car. And das Haus, this means the house, so we say ein Haus. Now let's practice all three together. Der Mann, ein Mann. The man, a man. Die Frau, eine Frau. The woman, a woman. Das Kind, ein Kind. The child, a child. Der Tisch, ein Tisch. The table, a table. Die Lampe, eine Lampe. The lamp, a lamp. Das Buch, ein Buch. The book, a book. Very good! Now you know the basic indefinite articles, ein, eine, and ein. They mean a or an. The most important rule is masculine, ein, feminine, eine, neuter, ein. And the best habit is still the same. Learn every noun with its article. Der Tisch, ein Tisch. Die Lampe, eine Lampe. Das Buch, ein Buch. Next, we will continue with negative articles, kein and keine. They help us say not a or no. So let's continue step by step. Great! Now that we have learned many useful German phrases for real communication, we can start a very important part of German grammar. Today, we will learn der, die, das, and also ein, eine, ein. We need to understand German nouns a little more clearly. Today, we will talk about nouns, gender, and plural forms. In German, a noun is a word for a person, a thing, a place, or an idea. For example, Mann, Frau, Kind, Buch, Stadt, Sprache. These are nouns, and in German, nouns are very important because every noun has three things you should notice. First, German nouns start with a capital letter. Second, German nouns usually have an article. For example, der Mann, die Frau, das Kind. And third, German nouns have a plural form. For example, das Buch becomes die Bücher. This means the book becomes the books. So today, we will learn how to recognize nouns, how to learn them with their articles, and how to notice some common plural forms. Do not worry, you do not need to memorize every plural today, but you do need to build the right habit from the beginning. Let's start with capital letters. In German, all nouns start with a capital letter. This is different from English. In English, we usually write the book, the table, the city. But in German, we write das Buch, der Tisch, die Stadt. Buch starts with a capital B, Tisch starts with a capital T, and Stadt starts with a capital S. This helps you recognize nouns quickly when you read German. For example, Ich lese ein Buch. I am reading a book. The word Buch starts with a capital letter because it is a noun. Another example, Der Tisch ist groß. The table is big. Tisch starts with a capital T. And Ich wohne in einer Stadt. I live in a city. Stadt starts with a capital S. So remember, in German, nouns always start with a capital letter. Mann, Frau, Kind, Buch, Tisch, Lampe, Stadt, Sprache. This is one of the easiest things to notice in German reading. Now let's talk about the article with the noun. In German, do not learn a noun alone. Learn the noun with its article. For example, do not learn only Tisch. Learn der Tisch. This means the table. Do not learn only Lampe. Learn die Lampe. This means the lamp. Do not learn only Buch. Learn das Buch. This means the book. Why is this important? Because the article tells you the gender of the noun. Der means masculine, die means feminine, and das means neuter. So when you learn der Tisch, you know that Tisch is masculine. When you learn die Lampe, you know that Lampe is feminine. And when you learn das Buch, you know that Buch is neuter. This will help you later with sentences, questions, negatives, and adjectives. So build this habit now. Article plus noun. Der Mann, die Frau, das Kind, der Tisch, die Lampe, das Buch. Very good. German nouns become much easier when you learn them as small, complete phrases. Now let's talk about plural forms. Plural means more than one. In English, we often add s. For example, book, books. But in German, plural forms can change in different ways. There is not only one rule. For example, das Buch becomes die Bücher. This means the book becomes the books. Notice two things. First, in the plural, the article is usually die. Second, the word itself can change. Now let's see some common plural examples. Der Tisch, the table. Die Tische, the tables. Here we add a. Die Lampe, the lamp. Die Lampen, the lamps. Here we add n. And das Auto, the car. Die Autos, the cars. Here we add s. And die Stadt, the city. Die Städte, the cities. Here the vowel changes too. So remember, German plural forms can look different. Sometimes we add a, n, en, er, or s, and sometimes the vowel changes. At A1 level, do not panic. Just learn the singular and the plural together when you meet a new noun. Great! Now let's practice nouns, articles, and plural forms together. Listen first, then repeat slowly. Der Mann, the man. Die Männer, the men. Die Frau, the woman. die Frauen, the women. Das Kind, the child. Die Kinder, the children. Der Tisch, the table. Die Tische, the tables. Die Lampe, the lamp. Die Lampen, the lamps. Das Buch, the book. Die Bücher, the books. Das Auto, the car. Die Autos, the cars. Die Stadt, the city. Die Städte, the cities. Very good. Now remember the 3 big ideas from this lesson. First, German nouns start with a capital letter. Second, learn every noun with its article. For example, der Tisch, die Lampe, das Buch. And third, learn the plural form as a new word too. For example, das Buch, die Bücher, der Tisch, die Tische, die Lampe, die Lampen. This habit will make German much easier later. Now you can recognize nouns, notice their gender, and start learning their plural forms. Next, we will continue with negative articles, kein and keine. They help us say not a or no. So let's continue step by step. Great! Now that we understand German nouns, articles, gender, and plural forms, we can start learning how nouns work inside a sentence. Today, we will learn Nominativ. In German, Nominativ is the case we usually use for the subject of the sentence. Do not worry if the word case sounds difficult. At A1 level, think of it like this. The subject is the person or thing doing the action. For example, der Mann liest. This means the man is reading. Who is reading? Der Mann. So, der Mann is the subject. Another example. Die Frau trinkt Wasser. This means the woman drinks water. Who drinks water? Die Frau. So, die Frau is the subject. And das Kind spielt. This means the child is playing. Who is playing? Das Kind. So, das Kind is the subject. Today, we will learn how to recognize the subject and how articles look in the nominative. We will go slowly, with simple examples, and we will keep it clear. Let's start with the basic idea. The subject answers who or what does the action. For example, der Lehrer spricht. This means the teacher speaks. Who speaks? Der Lehrer. So, der Lehrer is the subject. Another example. Die Lampe ist neu. This means the lamp is new. What is new? Die Lampe. So, die Lampe is the subject. And das Buch ist interessant. This means the book is interesting. What is interesting? Das Buch. So, das Buch is the subject. The subject is very important because in German, the verb changes depending on the subject. For example, ich lerne, I learn. Du lernst, you learn. Der Mann lernt, the man learns. Die Frau lernt, the woman learns. So, remember, the subject is who or what the sentence is about. And in German, the subject is usually in the nominative. Now, let's look at definite articles in the nominative. Definite articles mean the. We already know der, die, and das. In the nominative, we use der for masculine nouns, die for feminine nouns, and das for neuter nouns. For example, der Mann. This means the man. Die Frau. This means the woman. Das Kind. This means the child. Now let's use them as subjects. Der Mann arbeitet. This means the man works. Die Frau liest. This means the woman reads. Das Kind spielt. This means the child plays. Look carefully. The articles stay der, die, and das, because these nouns are the subject of the sentence. Another example. Der Tisch ist groß. This means the table is big. Die Lampe ist schön. This means the lamp is beautiful. Das Buch ist neu. This means the book is new. So remember, in the nominative, the definite articles are der, die, and das. Now let's look at indefinite articles in the nominative. Indefinite articles mean a or an. We already know ein, eine, and ein. In the nominative, we use ein for masculine nouns, eine for feminine nouns, and ein for neuter nouns. For example, ein Mann, this means a man. Eine Frau, this means a woman. Ein Kind, this means a child. Now let's use them as subjects. Ein Mann arbeitet. This means a man works. Eine Frau liest. This means a woman reads. Ein Kind spielt. This means a child plays. Again, these nouns are the subject, so they are in the nominative. Let's try more examples. Ein Tisch ist groß. This means a table is big. Eine Lampe ist schön. This means a lamp is beautiful. Ein Buch ist neu. This means a book is new. So remember, in the nominative, masculine, ein, feminine, eine, and neuter, ein. And the noun is doing something or the sentence is talking about it. Great! Now let's practice nominative subjects together. Listen first, then repeat slowly. Der Mann arbeitet. The man works. Ein Mann arbeitet. A man works. Die Frau liest. The woman reads. Eine Frau liest. A woman reads. Das Kind spielt. The child plays. Ein Kind spielt. A child plays. Der Tisch ist groß. The table is big. Ein Tisch ist groß. A table is big. Die Lampe ist schön. The lamp is beautiful. Eine Lampe ist schön. A lamp is beautiful. Das Buch ist neu. The book is new. Ein Buch ist neu. This means a book is new. Very good. Now remember the big idea. Nominative is used for the subject of the sentence. The subject answers, who does the action? Or what is the sentence about? In the nominative, we use der, die, das, and also ein, eine, ein. So when you see a simple German sentence, look for the subject. Ask yourself, who is doing the action? That noun is usually in the nominative. Next, we will continue with the accusative. We will learn what happens when a noun is not the subject, but the object of the sentence. So let's continue step by step. Great! Now that we know the nominative and we can recognize the subject of a sentence, we can make our German sentences more useful. Today, we will learn basic adjectives after the verb sein. Sein means to be. Adjectives are words that describe people, things, places, or situations. For example, in English, we say, the car is expensive. The apartment is small. The book is new. In German, we can say, das Auto ist teuer. This means the car is expensive. Die Wohnung ist klein. This means the apartment is small. Das Buch ist neu. This means the book is new. So the basic pattern is subject, sein, adjective. For example, das Auto ist teuer. Das Auto is the subject, ist is the verb, teuer is the adjective. Today, we will learn this pattern slowly and clearly, and we will practice some very useful opposite adjectives. Let's start with the basic structure. In German, we can use the verb sein with an adjective. For example, das Haus ist groß. This means the house is big. Die Tasche ist neu. This means the bag is new. Der Kaffee ist heiß. This means the coffee is hot. Das Wasser ist kalt. This means the water is cold. Look carefully. The adjective comes after the verb sein. So we say, das Haus ist groß, not das Haus groß ist. The verb is still important. Now let's use people. Ich bin müde. This means I am tired. Du bist freundlich. This means you are friendly. Ist krank. This means he is sick. Sie ist nett. This means she is nice. Wir sind bereit. This means we are ready. So remember, with sein, we can describe people and things. The pattern is simple. Subject, sein, adjective. Now let's practice some useful opposites. Opposites help you learn two words together. The first pair is groß and klein. Groß means big, klein means small. For example, das Haus ist groß. This means the house is big. Die Wohnung ist klein. This means the apartment is small. Now we have another pair, neu and alt. Neu means new, alt means old. For example, die Tasche ist neu. This means the bag is new. Der Tisch ist alt. This means the table is old. Now we have teuer and billig. Teuer means expensive. Billig means cheap. For example, das Auto ist teuer. This means the car is expensive. Das Handy ist billig. This means the phone is cheap. So remember, groß and klein. Neu and alt. Teuer and billig. These adjectives are very common in German A1. Now let's learn more useful adjectives after sein. The next pair is gut and schlecht. Gut means good, schlecht means bad. For example, das Essen ist gut. This means the food is good. Der Film ist schlecht. This means the movie is bad. Now we have schnell and langsam. Schnell means fast, langsam means slow. For example, der Bus ist schnell. This means the bus is fast. Das Auto ist langsam. This means the car is slow. Now we have another useful pair, warm and kalt. Warm means warm, kalt means cold. For example, das Zimmer ist warm. This means the room is warm. Das Wasser ist kalt. This means the water is cold. These words are useful because they help you describe everyday things. You can talk about food, weather, rooms, cars, people, and places. So remember, gut and schlecht, schnell and langsam, warm, and kalt. Great! Now let's practice basic adjectives after sein. Listen first, then repeat slowly. Das Auto ist teuer. Das Handy ist billig. Die Wohnung ist klein. Das Haus ist groß. Die Tasche ist neu. Der Tisch ist alt. Das Essen ist gut. Der Film ist schlecht. Der Bus ist schnell. Das Auto ist langsam. Das Zimmer ist warm. Das Wasser ist kalt. Very good. Now remember the main idea. After the verb sein, we can use an adjective to describe the subject. For example, das Auto ist teuer. Die Wohnung ist klein. Ich bin müde. Wir sind bereit. This pattern is very useful for A1 German. You can now describe people, things, places, and situations with simple adjectives. Next, we will continue with the Akkusativ. We will learn what happens when a noun is not the subject, but the object of the sentence. So let's continue step by step. Great! Now that we know how to use adjectives after the verb sein, we can learn one more simple idea. Today, we will look at adjectives before nouns. In the last part, we said things like, Der Tisch ist klein. This means the table is small. Here, the adjective comes after the verb ist. But sometimes the adjective comes before the noun. For example, ein kleiner Tisch. This means a small table. Eine kleine Tasche. This means a small bag. Ein kleines Zimmer. This means a small room. Look carefully. The adjective changes a little. We do not only say ein klein Tisch. We say ein kleiner Tisch. We do not say eine kleine Tasche. We say eine kleine Tasche. And we do not say ein klein Zimmer. We say ein kleines Zimmer. Do not worry. Today, we will keep this very simple. We will only learn the basic idea. When an adjective comes before a noun, it often gets a small ending. Let's compare two ideas. First, adjective after sein. For example, der Tisch ist klein. This means the table is small. Here, klein comes after ist, so the adjective stays simple, klein. Now look at ein kleiner Tisch. This means a small table. Here, klein comes before the noun Tisch, so it changes to kleiner. Another example, die Tasche ist klein. This means the bag is small. But before the noun, we say eine kleine Tasche. This means a small bag. And das Zimmer ist klein. This means the room is small. But before the noun, we say ein kleines Zimmer. This means a small room. So remember, after sein, klein. Before a noun, kleiner, kleine, or kleines. Today, we will practice this slowly and clearly. Now let's start with masculine nouns. We already know der Tisch, this means the table, and ein Tisch, this means a table. Now we want to say a small table. In German, we say ein kleiner Tisch. This means a small table. The adjective is klein, but before a masculine noun with ein, it becomes kleiner. So, ein kleiner Tisch. Another example, der Bus, the bus, ein Bus, a bus. Ein schneller Bus, this means a fast bus. And der Kaffee, the coffee, ein Kaffee, a coffee. Ein heißer Kaffee, this means a hot coffee. So remember, with masculine nouns, we can say ein kleiner Tisch, a small table, ein schneller Bus, a fast bus, ein heißer Kaffee. The adjective gets er. Now let's look at feminine nouns. We already know die Tasche, this means the bag, and eine Tasche, this means a bag. Now we want to say a small bag. In German, we say eine kleine Tasche. This means a small bag. The adjective is klein, but before a feminine noun with eine, it becomes kleine. So, eine kleine Tasche. Another example, die Lampe, the lamp, eine Lampe, a lamp. Eine neue Lampe, this means a new lamp. And die Wohnung, the apartment, eine Wohnung, an apartment. Eine kleine Wohnung, this means a small apartment. So remember, with feminine nouns, we can say eine kleine Tasche, a small bag, eine neue Lampe, a new lamp, eine kleine Wohnung, a small apartment. The adjective gets a. Great! Now let's look at neuter nouns. We already know das Zimmer, the room, and ein Zimmer, a room. Now we want to say a small room. In German, we say ein kleines Zimmer. This means a small room. The adjective is klein, but before a neuter noun with ein, it becomes kleines. So, ein kleines Zimmer. Another example, das Buch, the book, ein Buch, a book. Ein neues Buch. This means a new book. And das Auto, the car, ein Auto, a car. Ein teures Auto. This means an expensive car. Now let's practice all three together. Ein kleiner Tisch, a small table. Eine kleine Tasche, a small bag. Ein kleines Zimmer, a small room. Ein schneller Bus, a fast bus. Eine neue Lampe, a new lamp. Ein neues Buch, a new book. Very good. Now remember the simple beginner rule. When the adjective comes after sein, it stays simple. Der Tisch ist klein. But when the adjective comes before the noun, it gets an ending. Ein kleiner Tisch, eine kleine Tasche, ein kleines Zimmer. At A1 level, start by learning these patterns as useful phrases. Next, we will continue with the accusative. We will learn what happens when a noun is the object of the sentence. So let's continue step by step. Great. Now that we know the subject of the sentence and we know the nominative, we can now learn a new simple idea. Today we will start with accusative. Do not worry. At A1 level, we will keep it very simple. The nominative is usually for the subject. The subject is the person or thing doing the action. But the accusative is often used for the direct object. The direct object is the person or thing that receives the action. For example, ich lese ein Buch. This means I am reading a book. Who is reading? Ich. So, ich is the subject. What am I reading? Ein Buch. So, ein Buch is the direct object. Another example. Ich sehe den Mann. This means I see the man. Who sees? Ich. Who do I see? Den Mann. So, today we will learn how to recognize the direct object using two helpful questions, wenn and was. Let's start by comparing the subject and the direct object. The subject does the action. The direct object receives the action. For example, der Mann liest ein Buch. This means the man is reading a book. Who is reading? Der Mann. So, der Mann is the subject. What is he reading? Ein Buch. So, ein Buch is the direct object. Another example. Die Frau kauft eine Tasche. This means the woman buys a bag. Who buys? Die Frau. So, die Frau is the subject. What does she buy? Eine Tasche. So, eine Tasche is the direct object. One more example. Das Kind trinkt Wasser. This means the child drinks water. Who drinks? Das Kind. What does the child drink? Wasser. So, remember, the subject answers who does the action. The direct object answers who or what receives the action. In German, this object is often in the accusative. Now let's use the question was. Was means what. We use was when the direct object is a thing, food, a drink, or an idea. For example, ich lese ein Buch. This means I am reading a book. Ask, was lese ich? This means what am I reading? Answer, ein Buch, a book. Another example. Du trinkst Wasser. This means you are drinking water. Ask, was trinkst du? This means, what are you drinking? Answer, Wasser, water. Another example. Kauft ein Auto. This means he buys a car. Ask, was kauft er? This means, what does he buy? Answer, ein Auto. So remember, for things we often ask was, what? This helps you find the direct object in the sentence. Now let's use the question then. Then means whom or who when we ask about a person as the direct object. For example, ich sehe den Mann. This means I see the man. Ask, wen sehe ich? This means whom do I see? Or, more naturally, who do I see? Answer, den Mann. Another example. Du siehst die Frau. This means you see the woman. Ask, wen siehst du? This means who do you see? Answer, die Frau, the woman. Another example. Wir treffen Omar. This means we meet Omar. Ask, wen treffen wir? This means who do we meet? Answer, Omar. So remember, for people we often ask wen, who. For things we often ask was, what. These two questions help you recognize the direct object in German. Great! Now let's practice the basic idea of accusative with simple sentences. Listen first, then repeat slowly. Ich lese ein Buch. I am reading a book. Was lese ich? What am I reading? Ein Buch, a book. Du trinkst Wasser. You are drinking water. Was trinkst du? What are you drinking? Wasser, water. Ich sehe den Mann. I see the man. Wen sehe ich? Who do I see? Den Mann, the man. Du siehst die Frau. You see the woman. Wen siehst du? Who do you see? Die Frau, the woman. Very good. Now remember the big idea. The nominative is usually the subject. The subject does the action. The accusative is often the direct object. The direct object receives the action. Ask wer for the subject. Ask wen for a person as the object. Ask was for a thing as the object. Next, we will continue with the articles in accusative. We will learn what happens to der, die, and das when the noun is the object of the sentence. So, let's continue step by step. Great. Now that we know the basic idea of accusative, we can learn what happens to articles inside the accusative. In the last part, we learned that the accusative is often used for the direct object. The direct object is the person or thing that receives the action. For example, ich sehe den Mann. This means, I see the man. Here, ich is the subject, and den Mann is the direct object. Now here is the most important point. In the accusative, only the masculine article changes clearly, so der becomes den, ein becomes einen, kein becomes keinen, and mein becomes meinen. This is very important at A1 level. But do not worry. The idea is simple. Masculine changes. Feminine stays mostly the same. Neuter stays mostly the same. Today, we will focus slowly on the masculine changes with clear examples. Let's start with der and den. In the nominative, we say der Mann. This means the man. For example, der Mann ist hier. This means the man is here. Here, der Mann is the subject, so we use der. But in the accusative, when the man is the direct object, we say den Mann. For example, ich sehe den Mann. This means I see the man. Ask, wen sehe ich? Who do I see? Answer, den Mann. So, der Mann becomes den Mann when he is the direct object. Another example, der Bus means the bus, but ich nehme den Bus. This means I take the bus. So remember, masculine der becomes den in the accusative. Now let's look at ein and einen. In the nominative, we say ein Mann. This means a man. For example, ein Mann ist hier. This means a man is here. Here, ein Mann is the subject, so we use ein. But in the accusative, when the man is the direct object, we say einen Mann. For example, ich sehe einen Mann. This means I see a man. Ask, wen sehe ich? Who do I see? Answer, einen Mann. So, ein Mann becomes einen Mann when he is the direct object. Another example, ein Kaffee means a coffee, but ich trinke einen Kaffee. This means I am drinking a coffee. And ein Bus means a bus, but ich nehme einen Bus. This means I take a bus. So remember, masculine ein becomes einen in the accusative. Now let's look at kein and keinen. Kein means not a or no. In the nominative, we can say, das ist kein Mann. This means that is not a man. Here, kein Mann is not the direct object. But in the accusative, with a masculine noun, we say keinen Mann. For example, ich sehe keinen Mann. This means I see no man. Or, more naturally, I do not see a man. Ask, wen sehe ich? Who do I see? Answer, keinen Mann. Another example, ich habe keinen Bruder. This means I do not have a brother. And ich habe keinen Stift. This means I do not have a pen. So remember, masculine kein becomes keinen in the accusative. This is very useful when you want to say that you do not have something or you do not see someone. Now let's look at mein and meinen. Mein means my. In the nominative, we can say mein Vater. This means my father. For example, mein Vater ist hier. This means my father is here. Here, mein Vater is the subject, so we use mein. But in the accusative, when the masculine noun is the direct object, we say meinen Vater. For example, ich sehe meinen Vater. This means I see my father. Ask, wen sehe ich? Who do I see? Answer, meinen Vater. Another example, mein Bruder means my brother, but ich treffe meinen Bruder. This means I meet my brother. And mein Bus means my bus, but ich nehme meinen Bus. This means I take a bus. So remember, masculine mein becomes meinen in the accusative. The pattern is the same. Ein becomes einen. Kein becomes keinen. Mein becomes meinen. Great! Now let's practice the most important accusative article changes together. Listen first, then repeat slowly. Der Mann, the man. Ich sehe den Mann. I see the man. Ein Mann, a man. Ich sehe einen Mann. I see a man. Kein Mann, not a man. Ich sehe keinen Mann. I do not see a man. Mein Vater, my father. Ich sehe meinen Vater. I see my father. Now another quick practice. Ich nehme den Bus. I take the bus. Ich nehme einen Bus. I take a bus. Ich nehme keinen Bus. I do not take a bus. Ich nehme meinen Bus. I take my bus. Very good. Now remember the big rule. In the accusative, masculine articles change. Der becomes den. Ein becomes einen. Kein becomes keinen. And mein becomes meinen. But feminine and neuter articles usually stay the same in this basic A1 pattern. Next, we will continue with more accusative practice and use these articles in simple everyday sentences. So let's continue step by step.
Great! Now that we know the basic article changes in the accusative, we can use the accusative with real everyday verbs. Today, we will practice common verbs that often need a direct object. The direct object is the person or thing that receives the action. In German, this object is often in the accusative. Today, we will use these verbs: haben, sehen, kaufen, brauchen, nehmen, and besuchen. Haben means to have. Sehen means to see. Kaufen means to buy. Brauchen means to need. Nehmen means to take. And besuchen means to visit. For example, ich habe einen Stift. This means I have a pen. Ich sehe den Mann. This means I see the man. Ich kaufe eine Tasche. This means I buy a bag. These verbs are very useful in real German conversations, so today we will practice them slowly and clearly with simple accusative examples. Let's start with the verbs haben and brauchen. Haben means to have. For example, ich habe einen Stift. This means I have a pen. Ask, was habe ich? What do I have? Answer, einen Stift. Because Stift is masculine, we say einen Stift in the accusative. Another example, ich habe ein Buch. This means I have a book. Here, Buch is neuter, so ein Buch stays ein Buch. Now look at brauchen. Brauchen means to need. For example, ich brauche einen Termin. This means I need an appointment. Termin is masculine, so we say einen Termin. Another example, ich brauche eine Tasche. This means I need a bag. Tasche is feminine, so it stays eine Tasche. So remember, ich habe einen Stift. Ich habe ein Buch. Ich brauche einen Termin. Ich brauche eine Tasche. With haben and brauchen, ask was, what. Now let's use the verb sehen. Sehen means to see. This verb is very common with the accusative. For example, ich sehe den Mann. This means I see the man. Ask, wen sehe ich? Who do I see? Answer, den Mann. In the nominative, we say der Mann, but in the accusative, we say den Mann. Another example, ich sehe einen Bus. This means I see a bus. Bus is masculine, so we say einen Bus. Now look at feminine and neuter examples. Ich sehe die Frau. This means I see the woman. Die Frau stays die Frau. And ich sehe das Auto. This means I see the car. Das Auto also stays. So remember, with sehen, the direct object is what you see. Ich sehe den Mann. Ich sehe einen Bus. Ich sehe die Frau. Ich sehe das Auto. Now let's practice kaufen and nehmen. Kaufen means to buy. For example, ich kaufe einen Kaffee. This means I buy a coffee. Kaffee is masculine, so we say einen Kaffee. Another example, ich kaufe eine Tasche. This means I buy a bag. Tasche is feminine, so it stays eine Tasche. And ich kaufe ein Buch. This means I buy a book. Buch is neuter, so it stays ein Buch. Now let's use the verb nehmen. Nehmen means to take. For example, ich nehme den Bus. This means I take the bus. Der Bus becomes den Bus. Another example, ich nehme ein Taxi. This means I take a taxi. Taxi is neuter, so we say ein Taxi. And ich nehme meine Tasche. This means I take my bag. So remember, kaufen and nehmen often have a direct object. Ask was. What do I buy? What do I take? Now let's use the verb besuchen. Besuchen means to visit. Be careful. In German, besuchen often takes a direct object. For example, ich besuche meinen Bruder. This means I visit my brother. Ask, wen besuche ich? Who do I visit? Answer, meinen Bruder. Bruder is masculine, so mein Bruder becomes meinen Bruder. Another example. Ich besuche meinen Vater. This means I visit my father. Again, Vater is masculine, so we say meinen Vater. Now look at a feminine example. Ich besuche meine Mutter. This means I visit my mother. Mutter is feminine, so meine Mutter stays, meine Mutter. And ich besuche Anna. This means I visit Anna. With names, the form often looks simple. So remember, with besuchen, ask wen. Who do I visit? Ich besuche meinen Bruder. Ich besuche meinen Vater. Ich besuche meine Mutter. Ich besuche Anna. Great! Now let's practice common verbs with the accusative. Listen first, then repeat slowly. Ich habe einen Stift. I have a pen. Ich habe ein Buch. I have a book. Ich brauche einen Termin. I need an appointment. Ich brauche eine Tasche. I need a bag. Ich sehe den Mann. I see the man. Ich sehe das Auto. I see the car. Ich kaufe einen Kaffee. I buy a coffee. Ich kaufe ein Buch. I buy a book. Ich nehme den Bus. I take the bus. Ich nehme ein Taxi. I take a taxi. Ich besuche meinen Bruder. I visit my brother. Ich besuche meine Mutter. I visit my mother. Very good. Now remember the main idea. Many common verbs use a direct object. For things, ask was, what. For people, ask wen, who. And in the accusative, masculine articles change. Der becomes den. Ein becomes einen. Kein becomes keinen. And mein becomes meinen. Next, we will continue practicing the accusative with more useful A1 sentences, so this pattern becomes clear and natural. Great! Now that we have practiced the accusative with common verbs, we can learn a very useful shortcut. Today, we will learn accusative pronouns. A pronoun is a small word that replaces a noun. For example, instead of saying the man again and again, we can say him. In German, we can do the same. For example, ich sehe den Mann. This means I see the man. But we can also say ich sehe ihn. This means I see him. So den Mann can become ihn. Today, we will learn these accusative pronouns: mich, dich, ihn, sie, es, uns, euch, and sie. These words are very useful in real conversations because they make sentences shorter and more natural. Do not worry, we will learn them slowly with simple examples and with verbs we already know, like sehen, brauchen, and besuchen. Let's start with mich and dich. Mich means me. It is the accusative form of ich. For example, du siehst mich. This means you see me. Who do you see? Me.
so we use mich. Another example. Anna besucht mich. This means Anna visits me. Now let's look at dich. Dich means you in formal. It is the accusative form of du. For example, ich sehe dich. This means I see you. Another example. Ich brauche dich. This means I need you. So remember, ich becomes mich in the accusative, and du becomes dich in the accusative. Now practice slowly. Du siehst mich. You see me. Ich sehe dich. I see you. Now let's look at ihn, sie, and es. These pronouns replace him, her, and it. First, ihn. Ihn means him. It is the accusative form of For example, ich sehe den Mann. This means I see the man. We can also say ich sehe ihn. This means I see him. So den Mann becomes ihn. Now look at sie. Sie means her. It is the accusative form of sie. For example, ich sehe die Frau. This means I see the woman. We can also say ich sehe sie. This means I see her. So die Frau becomes sie. Now look at es. Es means it. For example, ich sehe das Auto. This means I see the car. We can also say ich sehe es. This means I see it. So remember, becomes ihn, sie stays sie, es stays es. Now let's continue with plural and formal pronouns. The first one is uns. Uns means us. It is the accusative form of wir. For example, der Lehrer sieht uns. This means the teacher sees us. Another example, Anna besucht uns. This means Anna visits us. Now look at euch. Euch means you all, informal. It is the accusative form of ihr. For example, ich sehe euch. This means I see you all. Another example, ich brauche euch. This means I need you all. Now we have sie. Sie means you, formal. In the accusative, formal sie stays sie. For example, ich sehe sie. This means I see you, formal. And ich brauche sie. This means I need you, formal. So remember, wir becomes uns, ihr becomes euch, formal sie stays sie. Great! Now let's practice the accusative pronouns together. Listen first, then repeat slowly. Du siehst mich. You see me. Ich sehe dich. I see you. Ich sehe ihn. I see him. Ich sehe sie. I see her. Ich sehe es. I see it. Der Lehrer sieht uns. The teacher sees us. Ich sehe euch. I see you all. Ich sehe sie. I see you. Formal. Now let's practice with another verb, brauchen. Ich brauche dich. I need you. Ich brauche ihn. I need him. Ich brauche sie. I need her. Ich brauche euch. I need you all. Very good. Now remember the big idea.
In the accusative, pronouns can replace direct objects. Instead of den Mann, we can say ihn. Instead of die Frau, we can say sie. Instead of das Auto, we can say es. The most important forms are mich, dich, ihn, sie, es, uns, euch, and sie. Next, we will continue with more useful German sentence patterns so you can use these pronouns in real A1 conversations. Great! Now that we have learned the accusative pronouns, we can make our German sentences more useful. Today, we will learn how to say not. In German, the word is nicht. Nicht means not. We use nicht when we want to make a sentence negative. For example, ich lerne Deutsch. This means I am learning German. But if we want to say I am not learning German, we say ich lerne nicht Deutsch. This means I am not learning German. Another example, das Auto ist teuer. This means the car is expensive. Negative, das Auto ist nicht teuer. This means the car is not expensive. So today, we will learn how to use nicht with verbs, with adjectives, and with full ideas. Do not worry, we will keep it simple, clear, and useful for A1 German. Now, let's start with a very simple idea. Nicht can make an action negative. For example, ich komme. This means I am coming. Negative, ich komme nicht. This means I am not coming. Another example, ich arbeite. This means I am working. Negative, ich arbeite nicht. This means I am not working. And ich lerne. This means I am learning. Negative, ich lerne nicht. This means I am not learning. In many short sentences, nicht comes near the end of the sentence. For example, ich komme nicht. Ich arbeite nicht. Ich lerne nicht. Now, let's use a little more information. Ich arbeite heute nicht. This means I am not working today. And ich lerne heute nicht. This means I am not learning today. So remember, for simple actions, use nicht to say not. Now, let's use nicht with adjectives. Adjectives describe people, things, places, or situations. For example, das Auto ist teuer. This means the car is expensive. Negative, das Auto ist nicht teuer. This means the car is not expensive. Look carefully. With adjectives after sein, nicht usually comes before the adjective. Another example, die Wohnung ist klein. This means the apartment is small. Negative, die Wohnung ist nicht klein. This means the apartment is not small. Another example, das Essen ist gut. This means the food is good. Negative, das Essen ist nicht gut. This means the food is not good. Now with people. Ich bin müde. This means I am tired. Negative, ich bin nicht müde. This means I am not tired. And wir sind bereit. This means we are ready. Negative, wir sind nicht bereit. This means we are not ready. So remember, with adjectives, we often say nicht teuer, nicht klein, nicht gut, nicht müde. Now, let's use nicht to make a full idea negative. Sometimes we do not only negate one small word, we negate the whole idea. For example, ich verstehe das. This means I understand that. Negative, ich verstehe das nicht. This means I do not understand that. Another example, ich brauche das nicht. This means I do not need that. Now, with an accusative pronoun, ich sehe ihn. This means I see him. Negative, ich sehe ihn nicht. This means I do not see him. Another example, ich sehe sie. This means I see her. Negative, ich sehe sie nicht. This means I do not see her. And ich nehme den Bus. This means I take the bus. Negative, ich nehme den Bus nicht. This means I do not take the bus. So remember, in many simple sentences, nicht comes near the end when we negate the whole idea. Great! Now let's practice negation with nicht. Listen first, then repeat slowly. Ich komme nicht. I am not coming. Ich arbeite heute nicht. I am not working today. Ich lerne heute nicht. I am not learning today. Das Auto ist nicht teuer. The car is not expensive. Die Wohnung ist nicht klein. The apartment is not small. Das Essen ist nicht gut. The food is not good. Ich bin nicht müde. I am not tired. Wir sind nicht bereit. We are not ready. Ich verstehe das nicht. I do not understand that. Ich brauche das nicht. I do not need that. Ich sehe ihn nicht. I do not see him. Ich nehme den Bus nicht. I do not take the bus. Very good. Now, remember the main idea. Nicht means not. We use nicht to negate verbs, adjectives, and full ideas. For example, ich komme nicht. Das Auto ist nicht teuer. Ich verstehe das nicht. This is a very important tool for real German conversation. Next, we will continue with another kind of negation, kein and keine. They help us say not a or no with nouns. So let's continue step by step.
Great! Now that we know how to use nicht to make sentences negative, we can learn another very important way to say not or no in German. Today we will learn kein and keine. These words are used when we make nouns negative. For example, in English, we can say, I have a book, and negative, I do not have a book. In German, we often say, Ich habe ein Buch. This means, I have a book. Negative, Ich habe kein Buch. This means, I do not have a book, or I have no book. Another example, Das ist eine Tasche. This means, that is a bag. Negative, Das ist keine Tasche. This means that is not a bag. So the idea is simple. Kein works like a negative version of ein, and keine works like a negative version of eine. Today we will learn how to use kein and keine with simple nouns, and we will also learn the difference between nicht and kein. Let's start with the basic forms. We already know ein Mann. This means
a man. Negative, kein Mann. This means not a man or no man. Now look at eine Frau. This means a woman. Negative, keine Frau. This means not a woman or no woman. Now look at ein Kind. This means a child. Negative, kein Kind. This means not a child or no child. So remember, masculine, ein Mann, becomes kein Mann. Feminine, eine Frau, becomes keine Frau. Neuter, ein Kind, becomes kein Kind. Now let's use simple sentences. Das ist ein Mann. This means that is a man. Negative, das ist kein Mann. This means that is not a man. Das ist eine Tasche. This means that is a bag. Negative, das ist keine Tasche. This means that is not a bag. Das ist ein Buch. This means that is a book. Negative, das ist kein Buch. This means that is not a book. So remember, use kein or keine before a noun. Now let's use kein and keine with the verb haben. Haben means to have. This is very common in daily German. For example, ich habe ein Buch. This means I have a book. Negative, ich habe kein Buch. This means I do not have a book. Another example, ich habe eine Tasche. This means I have a bag. Negative, ich habe keine Tasche. This means I do not have a bag. Now look at a masculine noun in the accusative. Ich habe einen Stift. This means I have a pen. Negative, ich habe keinen Stift. This means I do not have a pen. Here, Stift is masculine, so in the accusative, einen Stift becomes keinen Stift. Another example, ich habe einen Bruder. This means I have a brother. Negative, ich habe keinen Bruder. This means I do not have a brother. So remember, ein Buch becomes kein Buch. Eine Tasche becomes keine Tasche. Einen Stift becomes keinen Stift. This is very useful when you talk about things you do not have. Now let's understand the difference between nicht and kein. This is very important. Use nicht when you make a verb, an adjective, or a full idea negative. For example, ich komme nicht. This means I am not coming. Here we negate the verb idea. Another example, das Auto ist nicht teuer. This means the car is not expensive. Here we negate the adjective, expensive. And ich verstehe das nicht. This means I do not understand that. Here we negate the full idea. But use kein or keine when you make a noun negative. For example, ich habe kein Auto. This means I do not have a car. Auto is a noun. Another example, ich habe keine Zeit. This means I do not have time. Zeit is a noun. And das ist kein Problem. This means that is not a problem. Problem is a noun. So remember, nicht is for verbs, adjectives, and full ideas. Kein and keine are for nouns. For example, ich arbeite nicht, ich habe keine Zeit, das ist kein Buch. This is a very important step for building real German sentences. Next, we will continue with more useful sentence patterns for everyday A1 communication. So let's continue step by step. Great! Now let's practice kein and keine together. Listen first. Then repeat slowly. Das ist ein Buch. That is a book. Das ist kein Buch. That is not a book. Das ist eine Tasche. That is a bag. Das ist keine Tasche. That is not a bag. Ich habe ein Auto. I have a car. Ich habe kein Auto. I do not have a car. Ich habe eine Wohnung. I have an apartment. Ich habe keine Wohnung. I do not have an apartment. Ich habe einen Stift. I have a pen. Ich habe keinen Stift. I do not have a pen. Ich habe einen Bruder. I have a brother. Ich habe keinen Bruder. I do not have a brother. Now compare ich komme nicht. I am not coming. Ich habe kein Auto. I do not have a car. Das Auto ist nicht teuer. The car is not expensive. Das ist kein Auto. That is not a car. Very good. Now remember the main idea. Use nicht to negate verbs, adjectives, and full ideas. Use kein and keine to negate nouns. For example, ich arbeite nicht. Ich habe keine Zeit. Das ist kein Buch. This is a very important step for building real German sentences. Next, we will continue with more useful sentence patterns for everyday A1 communication. So let's continue step by step.
Great. Now that we know how to use articles like der, die, das, ein, eine, and also negative articles like kein and keine, we can learn another very useful group of small words. Today, we will learn possessive articles. Possessive articles help us say my, your, his, her, our, your plural, and your formal. In German, we use words like mein, dein, sein, ihr, unser, euer, and ihr. For example, das ist mein Buch. This means that is my book. Another example, das ist deine Tasche. This means that is your bag. And das ist sein Auto. This means that is his car. These words are very useful because they help you talk about your things, your family, your home, and people around you. Today, we will learn them slowly, clearly, and with simple A1 examples. Let's start with mein and dein. Mein means my. For example, mein Vater. This means my father. Meine Mutter. This means my mother. Mein Buch. This means my book. Look carefully. With masculine nouns, we say mein Vater. With feminine nouns, we say meine Mutter. With neuter nouns, we say mein Buch. Now let's look at dein. Dein means your, informal. For example, dein Vater. This means your father. Deine Mutter. This means your mother. Dein Buch. This means your book. Now let's use simple sentences. Das ist mein Buch. This means that is my book. Das ist meine Tasche. This means that is my bag. And das ist sein Auto. This means that is your car. Das ist deine Wohnung. This means that is your apartment. So remember, mein means my. Dein means your, informal. and the ending changes with the noun. Now let's look at sein and ihr. Sein means his. We use sein when the owner is masculine or neuter. For example, Omar hat ein Auto. This means Omar has a car. We can say, das ist sein Auto. This means that is his car. Another example, das ist sein Vater. This means that is his father. And das ist seine Mutter. This means that is his mother. Now look at ihr. Ihr means her. We use ihr when the owner is feminine. For example, Anna hat eine Tasche. This means Anna has a bag. We can say, das ist ihre Tasche. This means that is her bag. Another example, das ist ihr Vater. This means that is her father. And das ist ihre Mutter. This means that is her mother. So remember, sein means his. Ihr means her. The owner decides which possessive article we choose, but the noun decides the ending. Now let's continue with unser and euer. Unser means our. For example, unser Lehrer. This means our teacher. Unsere Lehrerin. This means our female teacher. Unser Haus. This means our house. Now let's use sentences. Das ist unser Haus. This means that is our house. Das ist unsere Wohnung. This means that is our apartment. Das ist unser Auto. This means that is our car. Now look at euer. Euer means your, when speaking to more than one person informally. For example, euer Vater. This means your father, plural informal. Eure Mutter. This means your mother, plural informal. Euer Haus. This means your house, plural informal. Be careful. With feminine nouns, euer often becomes eure. For example, eure Tasche. This means your bag, plural informal. And eure Wohnung. This means your apartment, plural informal. So remember, unser means our. Euer means your for more than one person informally. Great. Now let's look at formal possession. The formal word is ihr. Ihr means your, formal. We use it when we speak politely to one person or to more than one person. For example, ihr Name. This means your name, formal. Ihre Adresse. This means your address, formal. Ihr Auto. This means your car. Notice, ihr starts with a capital letter when it means formal your. Now let's practice all possessive articles together. Mein Buch, my book. Dein Buch, your book, informal. Sein Buch, his book. Ihr Buch, her book. Unser Buch, our book. Euer Buch, your book, plural, informal. And Ihr Buch, your book, formal. Now with feminine nouns, meine Tasche, my bag. Deine Tasche, your bag, informal. Seine Tasche, his bag. Ihre Tasche, her bag. Unsere Tasche, our bag. Eure Tasche, your bag, plural, informal. And Ihre Tasche, your bag, formal. Very good. Now remember the main idea. Possessive articles show who something belongs to. The most important forms are mein, dein, sein, ihr, unser, euer, and ihr. At A1 level, learn them in simple phrases. Mein Buch, my book, deine Tasche, your bag, sein Auto, his car, ihre Wohnung, her apartment, unser Haus, our house, eure Schule, your school, and ihr Name, your name. Next, we will continue with more useful everyday sentences using these possessive articles. So let's continue step by step. Great! Now that we can talk about things, people, and simple actions, we can learn how to talk about what we like. Today, we will learn 3 very useful words: mögen, gern, and lieber. These words help you say, I like doing something, and I prefer. For example, ich mag Kaffee. This means I like coffee. Another example, ich esse gern Pizza. This means I like eating pizza. And ich trinke lieber Tee. This means I prefer drinking tea. These sentences are very useful in daily German because we often talk about food, drinks, hobbies, music, and activities. Today, we will learn the difference between ich mag, ich esse gern, and ich liebe. Do not worry, we will keep it simple, clear, and very practical for A1 conversations. Let's start with mögen. Mögen means to like, but in simple A1 German, we often use the form ich mag. Ich mag means I like. For example, ich mag Kaffee. This means I like coffee. Another example, ich mag Musik. This means I like music. And ich mag Deutsch. This means I like German. Now let's look at more forms. Du magst means you like. For example, du magst Tee. This means you like tea. Er mag means he likes. For example, er mag Fußball. This means he likes football. Sie mag means she likes. For example, sie mag Schokolade. This means she likes chocolate. So remember, ich mag Kaffee. I like coffee. Du magst Tee. You like tea. Er mag Fußball. He likes football. Sie mag Schokolade. She likes chocolate. With mögen, we often talk about things, people, food, drinks, or topics. Now let's learn gern. Gern means gladly or with pleasure, but in English we often translate it as like to. So when we say ich esse gern Pizza, we mean I like eating pizza. Look carefully. With gern, we usually use a verb. For example, ich esse gern Pizza. This means I like eating pizza. The verb is esse. Another example, ich trinke gern Kaffee. This means I like drinking coffee. The verb is trinke. Another example, ich lerne gern Deutsch. This means I like learning German. And ich spiele gern Fußball. This means I like playing football. So remember, ich mag Kaffee. I like coffee. But ich trinke gern Kaffee. I like drinking coffee. Mögen is often used with nouns. Gern is often used with actions. At A1 level, this is a very useful difference. Now let's learn lieber. Lieber means rather or preferably. In simple English, we often translate it as prefer. For example, ich trinke lieber Tee. This means I prefer drinking tea. Maybe there are two choices, coffee or tea, and you choose tea. So you say, ich trinke lieber Tee. Another example, ich esse lieber Reis. This means I prefer eating rice. And ich lerne lieber Deutsch. This means I prefer learning German. Now let's compare. Ich trinke gern Kaffee. This means I like drinking coffee. But ich trinke lieber Tee. This means I prefer drinking tea. Another comparison. Ich esse gern Pizza. This means I like eating pizza. But ich esse lieber Pasta. This means I prefer eating pasta. So remember, gern means you like doing something. Lieber means you prefer doing something. This is very useful when you choose between two things. Great! Now let's practice mögen, gern, and lieber together. Listen first, then repeat slowly. Ich mag Kaffee. I like coffee. Du magst Tee. You like tea. Mag Fußball. He likes football. Sie mag Schokolade. She likes chocolate. Now with gern. Ich esse gern Pizza. I like eating pizza. Ich trinke gern Kaffee. I like drinking coffee. Ich lerne gern Deutsch. I like learning German. Ich spiele gern Fußball. I like playing football. Now with lieber. Ich trinke lieber Tee. I prefer drinking tea. Ich esse lieber Reis. I prefer eating rice. Ich lerne lieber Deutsch. I prefer learning German. Very good. Now remember the main idea. Use mögen when you like a thing or a topic. For example, ich mag Kaffee. Use gern when you like doing an action. For example, ich trinke gern Kaffee. Use lieber when you prefer something. For example, ich trinke lieber Tee. Now you can talk about likes, activities, food, drinks, and preferences in simple German. Next, we will continue with more useful everyday expressions for A1 conversations. So let's continue step by step.
Great! Now that we can talk about likes, preferences, things, and simple actions, we can learn a very useful phrase for everyday German. Today we will learn es gibt. Es gibt means there is or there are. This phrase is very common in German. We use it when we want to say that something exists or that something is available in a place. For example, es gibt einen Park. This means there is a park. Another example, es gibt viele Bücher. This means there are many books. And es gibt Kaffee. This means there is coffee. Today, we will also learn 3 very useful connectors, und, aber, and oder. Und means and, aber means but, and oder means or. These small words help you connect simple German ideas. For example, es gibt Kaffee und Tee. This means there is coffee and tea. Es gibt Brot, aber keine Milch. This means there is bread but no milk. And möchtest du Kaffee oder Tee? This means would you like coffee or tea? So today we will learn Es gibt and simple connectors slowly, clearly, and with useful A1 examples. Let's start with the phrase Es gibt. In German, Es gibt is not change in simple A1 sentences. We can use it for one thing or for many things. For example, Es gibt einen Tisch. This means there is a table. And es gibt zwei Stühle. This means there are two chairs. Look carefully. In English, we say there is or there are. But in German, we can use es gibt for both. Another example. Es gibt ein Buch. This means there is a book. And es gibt viele Bücher. This means there are many books. Now let's use places. In der Stadt gibt es einen Bahnhof. This means in the city there is a train station. Another example. In der Schule gibt es viele Schüler. This means at school there are many students. So remember, es gibt means there is or there are. It is one of the most useful phrases for describing places and situations. Next, let's learn the first connector, und. Und means and. We use und when we connect two things, two people, or two ideas. For example, es gibt Kaffee und Tee. This means there is coffee and tea. Another example, es gibt Brot und Käse. This means there is bread and cheese. Now with people. Oma und Anna lernen Deutsch. This means Omar and Anna are learning German. Now with two actions. Ich lese und schreibe. This means I read and write. And ich esse Pizza und trinke Wasser. This means I eat pizza and drink water. So remember, und means and. It helps you connect simple ideas. It is very easy and very useful. You can say Kaffee und Tee, coffee and tea, Brot und Käse, bread and cheese, lesen und schreiben, read and write. At A1 level, und helps you make longer but still simple sentences. Now let's learn aber. Aber means but. We use aber when we connect two ideas with a contrast. For example, der Kaffee ist gut, aber teuer. This means the coffee is good but expensive. Another example, die Wohnung ist klein, aber schön. This means the apartment is small but beautiful. Now let's use es gibt with aber. Es gibt Brot, aber keine Milch. This means there is bread but no milk. And es gibt Tee, aber keinen Kaffee. This means there is tea but no coffee. And ich mag Pizza, aber ich esse lieber Reis. This means I like pizza, but I prefer eating rice. So remember, aber means but. It helps you show a contrast. The first idea is true, but the second idea adds something different. For example, klein, aber schön. Small, but beautiful. Gut, aber teuer. Good, but expensive. Now let's learn oder. Oder means or. We use oder when there is a choice. For example, Kaffee oder Tee. This means coffee or tea. Another example, möchtest du Kaffee oder Tee? This means, would you like coffee or tea? At A1 level, you can use this pattern in many everyday situations. For example, möchtest du Wasser oder Saft? This means, would you like water or juice? And lernst du Deutsch oder Englisch? This means, are you learning German or English? And wohnst du in Kairo oder in Berlin? This means, do you live in Cairo or Berlin? Now let's use es gibt. Gibt es Kaffee oder Tee? This means, is there coffee or tea? And gibt es Brot oder Käse? This means, is there bread or cheese? So remember, oder means or. It helps you ask about choices. Kaffee oder Tee? Wasser oder Saft? Deutsch oder Englisch? These are simple and very useful A1 patterns. Great! Now let's practice es gibt and the connectors und, aber, and oder. Listen first, then repeat slowly. Es gibt einen Park. There is a park. Es gibt viele Bücher. There are many books. Es gibt Kaffee. There is coffee. Es gibt Kaffee und Tee. There is coffee and tea. Es gibt Brot und Käse. There is bread and cheese. Der Kaffee ist gut, aber teuer. The coffee is good, but expensive. Die Wohnung ist klein, aber schön. The apartment is small, but beautiful. Es gibt Brot, aber keine Milch. There is bread, but no milk. Möchtest du Kaffee oder Tee? Would you like coffee or tea? Lernst du Deutsch oder Englisch? Are you learning German or English? Very good. Now remember the main idea. Es gibt means there is or there are. Und means and. Aber means but. And oder means or. With these words, you can describe places, connect ideas, show contrast, and ask simple questions with choices. For example, es gibt Kaffee und Tee. Es gibt Brot, aber keine Milch. Möchtest du Kaffee oder Tee? These are simple and very useful A1 patterns. Next, we will continue with more everyday German structures so you can build longer, clearer sentences step by step.
Great! Now that we can build simple German sentences and we know the basic idea of the nominative and the accusative, we can start learning one more important case. Today, we will begin with dative. Do not worry. At A1 level, we will keep this very simple. The nominative is usually for the subject. The accusative is often for the direct object. And the dative is often used for the person who receives something or the person who gets help, thanks, or information. A very useful question is wem. Wem means to whom or for whom. For example, ich gebe dem Mann einen Buch. This means I give the man a book. Who receives the book? Dem Mann. So dem Mann is the receiver. It is in the dative. Another example, ich helfe der Frau. This means I help the woman. Who do I help? Der Frau. So today we will learn the basic idea of dative, and we will focus on dem and der. Let's start with the basic idea. The dative often answers the question wem, to whom, for whom. For example, ich gebe dem Kind einen Ball. This means I give the child a ball. Who receives the ball? Dem Kind. So dem Kind is the receiver. It is in the dative. Another example, ich schreibe der Mutter eine Nachricht. This means I write the mother a message. Who receives the message? Der Mutter. So der Mutter is in the dative. One more example, ich zeige dem Freund das Foto. This means I show the friend the photo. Who receives the photo or the information? Dem Freund. So remember, the dative often shows the receiver or the person connected to the action. Ask wem, to whom, for whom. This question helps you find the dative. Now let's look at the most important article changes in the dative. In the nominative, we say der Mann. This means the man. But in the dative, we say dem Mann. For example, ich helfe dem Mann. This means I help the man. So der Mann becomes dem Mann. Now look at feminine nouns. In the nominative, we say die Frau. This means the woman. But in the dative, we say der Frau. For example, ich helfe der Frau. This means I help the woman. So die Frau becomes der Frau. Now look at neuter nouns. In the nominative, we say das Kind. This means the child. But in the dative, we say dem Kind. For example, ich helfe dem Kind. This means I help the child. So remember, masculine, der, becomes dem. Feminine, die, becomes der. Neuter, das, becomes dem. Now let's practice some very common daily examples with the dative. The first useful verb is helfen. Helfen means to help. In German, we say ich helfe dem Mann. This means I help the man. And ich helfe der Frau. This means I help the woman. And ich helfe dem Kind. This means I help the child. Now let's use danken. Danken means to thank. For example, ich danke dem Lehrer. This means I thank the teacher. And ich danke der Lehrerin. This means I thank the female teacher. Now let's use geben. Geben means to give. For example, ich gebe dem Freund einen Kaffee. This means I give the friend a coffee. And ich gebe der Mutter ein Buch. This means I give the mother a book. So remember, with many daily sentences, the dative shows the person who receives help, thanks, or something. Great! Now let's practice the basic dative slowly. Listen first, then repeat. Ich helfe dem Mann. I help the man. Ich helfe der Frau. I help the woman. Ich helfe dem Kind. I help the child. Ich danke dem Lehrer. I thank the teacher. Ich danke der Lehrerin. I thank the female teacher. Ich gebe dem Freund einen Kaffee. I give the friend a coffee. Ich gebe der Mutter ein Buch. I give the mother a book. Very good. Now remember the main idea. The dative often answers wem, to whom, for whom. The most important beginner changes are der becomes dem, die becomes der, and das becomes dem. For example, dem Mann, der Frau, and dem Kind. At A1 level, do not try to learn everything at once. Start with simple daily patterns like ich helfe dem Mann, ich danke der Frau, ich gebe dem Kind ein Buch. Next, we will continue with more useful dative sentences and common verbs that use the dative. So let's continue step by step. Great! Now that we know the basic idea of the dative, and we know some article changes like der becomes dem, die becomes der, and das becomes dem, we can learn a very useful group of small words. Today, we will learn common dative prepositions. A preposition is a small word that shows a connection. For example, with, at, from, to, or after. In German, some prepositions are followed by the dative. Today, we will learn mit, bei, von,
nach, aus, and zu. Mit means with. Bei means at or with, depending on the situation. Von means from or of. Nach means to or after. Aus means from or out of, and zu means to. These words are very common in daily German. For example, ich fahre mit dem Bus. This means I go by bus. Another example, ich komme aus Ägypten. This means I come from Egypt. And ich gehe zu Anna. This means I am going to Anna. So today we will learn these prepositions slowly and clearly with simple A1 examples. Let's start with mit and bei. Mit means with. We use it when we talk about people, transport, or things we use. For example, ich lerne mit Omar. This means I learn with Omar. Another example, ich trinke Kaffee mit Anna. This means I drink coffee with Anna. Now look at transport. In German, we say, ich fahre mit dem Bus. This means I go by bus. Or, ich fahre mit dem Auto. This means I go by car. After mit, we usually use the dative, so der Bus becomes dem Bus, and das Auto becomes dem Auto. Now let's look at bei. Bei can mean at or with. For example, ich bin bei Anna. This means I am at Anna's place, or I am with Anna. Another example, ich bin bei dem Arzt. This means I am at the doctor. In daily German, people often say beim Arzt. This means at the doctor. So remember, mit means with, bei means at or with, and both are followed by the dative. Now let's continue with von and aus. Von means from or of. We use von when we talk about a person, a place, or where something comes from. For example, das Geschenk ist von Anna. This means the gift is from Anna. Another example, ich komme von der Arbeit. This means I come from work. Look carefully. Die Arbeit becomes der Arbeit after von. Now let's look at aus. Aus means from or out of. We often use aus when we talk about origin. For example, ich komme aus Ägypten. This means I come from Egypt. Or, more naturally, I am from Egypt. Another example, ich komme aus Deutschland. This means I am from Germany. And ich komme aus Cairo. This means I come from Cairo. Now with a place that has an article, ich komme aus der Schule. This means I come from school. So remember, von can mean from someone or from a place. Aus often means from or out of. Both are followed by the dative. Now let's learn nach and zu. Both can mean to, but we use them in different situations. First, nach. We often use nach with cities, countries, and home. For example, ich fahre nach Berlin. This means I am going to Berlin. Another example, ich fahre nach Deutschland. This means I am going to Germany. And a very important phrase, ich gehe nach Hause. This means I am going home. So with cities, many countries, and home, we often use nach. Now let's look at zu. Zu also means to, but we use it when we go to a person, a place, or an appointment. For example, ich gehe zu Anna. This means I am going to Anna. Another example, ich gehe zum Arzt. This means I am going to the doctor. In daily German, people often say zum Arzt. This means to the doctor. And ich gehe zur Schule. This means I am going to school. In daily German, people often say zur Schule. This means to school. So remember, nach Berlin, to Berlin. Nach Deutschland, to Germany. Nach Hause, to home. But zu Anna, zum Arzt, to the doctor, and zur Schule, to school. Great! Now let's practice the common dative prepositions together. Listen first, then repeat slowly. Ich lerne mit Omar. I learn with Omar. Ich fahre mit dem Bus. I go by bus. Ich fahre mit dem Auto. I go by car. Ich bin bei Anna. I am at Anna's place. Ich bin beim Arzt. I am at the doctor. Das Geschenk ist von Anna. The gift is from Anna. Ich komme von der Arbeit. I come from work. Ich komme aus Ägypten. I am from Egypt. Ich komme aus der Schule. I come from school. Ich fahre nach Berlin. I am going to Berlin. Ich gehe nach Hause. I am going home. Ich gehe zu Anna. I am going to Anna. Ich gehe zum Arzt. I am going to the doctor. And ich gehe zur Schule. I am going to school. Very good. Now remember the main idea. These common prepositions are followed by the dative mit, bei, von, nach, aus, and zu. After these words, watch the article carefully. For example, mit dem Bus, von der Arbeit, aus der Schule, zum Arzt, and zur Schule. At A1 level, the best way is to learn small, complete phrases. Next, we will continue with more daily German phrases using the dative, so these patterns become clear and natural. Great! Now that we know some common dative prepositions, we can learn another very useful group of small words. Today, we will talk about place and time prepositions. Place prepositions help us say where something is. Time prepositions help us say when something happens. Today, we will learn words like in, an, auf, unter, neben, vor, hinter, and zwischen. These words are useful when we describe rooms, cities, objects, people, and places. For example, das Buch ist auf dem Tisch. This means the book is on the table. Another example, die Tasche ist neben dem Stuhl. This means the bag is next to the chair. Now we will learn some very common time phrases. Am Montag,
im Januar 8 Uhr and von 9 bis 5. These mean on Monday, in January, at 8 o'clock, and from 9 to 5. So today we will learn place and time slowly, clearly, and with simple A1 examples. Let's start with place prepositions. A very useful question is wo. Wo means where. When we answer wo, we talk about location. The first word is in. In means in. For example, ich bin in der Schule. This means I am in school. Another example, das Buch ist in der Tasche. This means the book is in the bag. Now look at an. An can mean at or on when something is close to a side, a wall, or a place. For example, ich bin an der Tür. This means I am at the door. And das Bild ist an der Wand. This means the picture is on the wall. Now look at auf. Auf means on. For example, das Buch ist auf dem Tisch. This means the book is on the table. And der Kaffee ist auf dem Tisch. This means the coffee is on the table. So remember, in der Schule, an der Tür, an der Wand, and auf dem Tisch. These are very common place phrases. Now let's learn more place prepositions. The first one is unter. Unter means under. For example, die Tasche ist unter dem Tisch. This means the bag is under the table. Now look at neben. Neben means next to. For example, der Stuhl ist neben dem Tisch. This means the chair is next to the table. Now look at vor. Vor means in front of. For example, das Auto ist vor dem Haus. This means the car is in front of the house. Now look at hinter. Hinter means behind. For example, der Garten ist hinter dem Haus. This means the garden is behind the house. And finally, zwischen. Zwischen means between. For example, der Tisch ist zwischen dem Sofa und dem Stuhl. This means the table is between the sofa and the chair. So remember, unter dem Tisch, neben dem Tisch, vor dem Haus, hinter dem Haus, and zwischen dem Sofa und dem Stuhl. These phrases help you describe where things are. Now let's talk about time prepositions. A very useful question is wann. Wann means when. We use time phrases to answer this question. The first phrase is am. Am is used with days. For example, am Montag. This means on Monday. Another example, ich arbeite am Freitag. This means I work on Friday. Now look at im. Im is used with months and seasons. For example, im Januar. This means in January. Another example, ich lerne Deutsch im Januar. This means I learn German in January. We can also say im Sommer. This means in summer. Now look at is used with clock time. For example, 8 Uhr. This means at 8 o'clock. Another example, der Kurs beginnt 8 Uhr. This means the course begins at 8 o'clock. So remember, am Montag for days, im Januar for months, im Sommer for seasons, and 8 Uhr for clock time. Great. Now let's learn one more very useful time pattern. Von bis. Von means from.
Bis means until or to. Together, von bis means from to. For example, ich arbeite von 9 bis 5. This means I work from 9 to 5. Another example, der Kurs ist von Montag bis Freitag. This means the course is from Monday to Friday. And ich lerne von 8 bis 10 Uhr. This means I study from 8 to 10 o'clock. Now let's practice place and time phrases together. Das Buch ist auf dem Tisch. The book is on the table. Die Tasche ist unter dem Tisch. The bag is under the table. Der Stuhl ist neben dem Tisch. The chair is next to the table. Das Auto ist vor dem Haus. The car is in front of the house. Der Garten ist hinter dem Haus. The garden is behind the house. Ich arbeite am Montag. I work on Monday. Der Kurs beginnt 8 Uhr. The course begins at 8 o'clock. Ich arbeite von 9 bis 5. I work from 9 to 5. Very good. Now remember the main idea. For place, ask wo, where. For time, ask wann, when. Useful place words are in, an, auf, unter, neben, vor, hinter, and zwischen. Useful time phrases are am Montag, im Januar, 8 Uhr, and von 9 bis 5. Next, we will continue with more everyday German phrases so you can describe places, times, and simple situations more clearly.
Great! Now that we can build simple German sentences and we know sentence structure with the verb in position 2, we can learn a very important group of verbs in German. Today, we will learn modal verbs. Modal verbs help us express an idea like can, must, want, would like, may, or should. In German, these verbs are very common in daily conversation. Today, we will learn 6 important modal verbs: können, müssen, wollen, möchten, dürfen, and sollen. These verbs usually work with another verb. For example, ich kann Deutsch sprechen. This means I can speak German. Here, kann is the modal verb, and sprechen is the second verb. The important rule is this. In a simple German sentence with a modal verb, the modal verb is in position 2, and the second verb goes to the end in the infinitive form. For example, ich muss heute lernen. This means I must study today. Muss is in position 2, lernen is at the end. So today we will learn each modal verb slowly, clearly, and with simple A1 examples. Let's start with können. Können means can or to be able to. We use können when we talk about ability, skill, or possibility. For example, ich kann Deutsch sprechen. This means I can speak German. Another example, ich kann gut schwimmen. This means I can swim well. Now look carefully at the sentence structure. Ich kann Deutsch sprechen. The modal verb is kann. It comes in position 2. The second verb is sprechen. It goes to the end. Some important forms are ich kann, I can, du kannst, you can, kann, he can, sie kann, she can, wir können, we can. For example, du kannst gut kochen. This means you can cook well. Wir können heute kommen.
This means we can come today. So remember, use können when you want to say that someone can do something. The second verb goes to the end. Now let's look at müssen. Müssen means must or have to. We use müssen when something is necessary. For example, ich muss lernen. This means I must study. Or more naturally, I have to study. Another example, ich muss arbeiten. This means I have to work. Look carefully. Ich muss heute lernen. The modal verb is miss. It comes in position 2. The second verb is lernen. It goes to the end. Some important forms are ich muss, I must, du musst, you must, muss, he must, sie muss, she must, wir müssen, we must. For example, du musst früh kommen. This means you must come early. Wir müssen Deutsch lernen. This means we have to learn German. So remember, use müssen when something is necessary, important, or required. The second verb goes to the end. Now let's look at wollen. Wollen means to want. We use wollen when we talk about a strong wish, a plan, or something we really want to do. For example, ich will Kaffee trinken. This means I want to drink coffee. Another example, ich will nach Berlin fahren. This means I want to go to Berlin. Look carefully. Ich will Kaffee trinken. The modal verb is will. It comes in position 2. The second verb is trinken. It goes to the end. Some important forms are ich will, I want, du willst, you want, will, he wants, sie will, she wants, wir wollen, we want. For example, du willst Deutsch lernen. This means you want to learn German. Wir wollen Pizza essen. This means we want to eat pizza. So remember, use wollen when you want to say what someone wants to do. The second verb goes to the end. Now let's look at möchten. Möchten means would like. It is polite and very useful in daily German. We use möchten when we ask for something, order something, or say what we would like. For example, ich möchte einen Kaffee trinken. This means I would like to drink a coffee. Another example, ich möchte Deutsch lernen. This means I would like to learn German. Look carefully. Ich möchte einen Kaffee trinken. The modal verb is möchte. It comes in position 2. The second verb is trinken. It goes to the end. Some important forms are ich möchte, I would like, du möchtest, you would like, möchte, he would like, sie möchte, she would like, wir möchten, we would like. For example, du möchtest Wasser trinken. This means you would like to drink water. Wir möchten nach Hause gehen. This means we would like to go home. So remember, möchten is softer and more polite than wollen. It is very common in shops, restaurants, classes, and everyday conversations. Now let's look at dürfen. Dürfen means may or to be allowed to. We use dürfen when we talk about permission. For example, ich darf hier sitzen. This means I may sit here. Or, more naturally, I am allowed to sit here. Another example. Darf ich fragen? This means, may I ask? This is a very useful, polite question. Look carefully. Ich darf hier sitzen. The modal verb is darf. It comes in position 2. The second verb is sitzen. It goes to the end. Some important forms are ich darf, I may, du darfst, you may, darf, he may, sie darf, she may, wir dürfen, we may. For example, du darfst jetzt gehen. This means you may go now. Wir dürfen hier warten. This means we are allowed to wait here. So remember, use dürfen when you talk about permission. It answers the idea, am I allowed to do this? Now let's look at sollen. Sollen means should or be supposed to. We use sollen when someone gives advice, a recommendation, or a task. For example, du sollst mehr lernen. This means you should study more. Another example, ich soll den Lehrer fragen. This means I should ask the teacher, or I am supposed to ask the teacher. Look carefully. Du sollst mehr lernen. The modal verb is sollst. It comes in position 2. The second verb is lernen. It goes to the end. Some important forms are ich soll, I should, du sollst, you should, soll, he should, sie soll, she should, wir sollen, we should. For example, wir sollen pünktlich kommen. This means we should come on time. Sie soll Wasser trinken. This means she should drink water. So remember, use sollen when you talk about someone should do something, or when there is advice, a rule, or a task. Great. Now let's practice all 6 modal verbs together. Listen first, then repeat slowly. Ich kann Deutsch sprechen. I can speak German. Du kannst gut kochen. You can cook well. Ich muss heute lernen. I have to study today. Wir müssen Deutsch lernen. We have to learn German. Ich will Kaffee trinken. I want to drink coffee. Wir wollen Pizza essen. We want to eat pizza. Ich möchte einen Kaffee trinken. I would like to drink a coffee. Wir möchten nach Hause gehen. We would like to go home. Ich darf hier sitzen. I am allowed to sit here. Darf ich fragen? May I ask? Du sollst mehr lernen. You should study more. Wir sollen pünktlich kommen. We should come on time. Very good. Now remember the big rule. With modal verbs, the modal verb comes in position 2. The second verb goes to the end in the infinitive form. For example, ich kann Deutsch sprechen. Ich muss heute lernen. Ich will Kaffee trinken. Ich möchte nach Hause gehen. Ich darf hier sitzen. Ich soll mehr lernen. The modal verbs are können, müssen, wollen, möchten, dürfen, and sollen. These verbs help you talk about ability, necessity, wishes, polite wishes, permission, and advice. Next, we will continue with more useful German sentence patterns so you can speak more naturally, step by step.
Great! Now that we can use many German verbs in simple sentences, we can learn a very useful form for real daily communication. Today, we will learn the imperative. The imperative means we tell someone to do something or we ask someone to do something. In English, we can say, come, go, wait, read, take this. In German, we can also give commands and make requests, but German has 3 important forms. We use one form with du. This means you, informal singular. We use another form with ihr. This means you all, informal plural. And we use a polite form with Sie. This means you, formal. For example, with one friend, we say, komm. This means come. With more than one friend, we say, kommt. This means come, plural, informal. And in a polite situation, we say, kommen Sie. This means come, formal. So today, we will learn the imperative with du, ihr, and Sie. We will also use bitte. Bitte means please. This makes commands softer and more polite. For example, komm bitte. This means please come. And kommen Sie bitte. This means please come, formal. So let's learn this slowly, clearly, and with simple A1 examples. Let's start with the imperative for du. We use this form when we speak to one familiar person. For example, a friend, a classmate, a child, or someone we know well. The first verb is kommen. Kommen means to come. Normally, we say du kommst. This means you come. But as a command, we say komm. This means come. For example, komm bitte. This means please come. And komm hierher. This means come here. Now look at gehen. Gehen means to go. With du, the command is geh. This means go. For example, geh bitte. This means please go. Now look at warten. Warten means to wait. The command is warte. This means wait. For example, warte bitte. This means please wait. Some verbs change more. For example, nehmen means to take. With du, we say nimm. This means take. For example, nimm das bitte. This means please take that. Another example, lesen, means to read. With du, we say lies. This means read. For example, lies bitte. This means please read. So remember, with one familiar person, we use the du form. Useful examples are komm, geh, warte, nimm, and lies. And to make it softer, add bitte. Now, let's learn the imperative for ihr. We use ihr when we speak to more than one familiar person. For example, 2 friends, a group of classmates, children, or people we know well. The good news is the ihr imperative is usually very easy. It often looks like the normal ihr verb form, but without ihr. For example, ihr kommt means you all come. As a command, we say kommt. This means come, plural, informal. For example, kommt bitte. This means please come. Now look at ihr geht. This means you all go. As a command, we say geht. This means go, plural, informal. For example, Geht bitte. This means please go. Now look at ihr wartet. This means you all wait. As a command, we say wartet. This means wait, plural, informal. For example, wartet bitte. This means please wait. Now look at nehmen. Ihr nehmt means you all take. As a command, we say nehmt. This means take, plural, informal. For example, nehmt das bitte. This means please take that. And lesen. Ihr lest means you all read. As a command, we say lest. This means read, plural, informal. For example, lest bitte. This means please read. So remember, with more than one familiar person, we use the ihr form. Useful examples are kommt, geht, wartet, nehmt, and lest. Now let's learn the polite imperative with Sie. We use Sie when we speak politely to an adult, a stranger, a teacher, a customer, a doctor, or someone we do not know well. The polite form is simple. We use the verb in the infinitive form, then Sie. For example, kommen becomes kommen Sie. This means come, formal. More polite, kommen Sie bitte. This means please come, formal. Now look at gehen. The polite command is gehen Sie. This means go, formal. More polite, gehen Sie bitte. This means please go, formal. Now look at warten. The polite command is warten Sie. This means wait, formal. More polite, warten Sie bitte. This means please wait, formal. Now look at nehmen. The polite command is nehmen Sie. This means take, formal. A very common phrase is nehmen Sie Platz. This means take a seat, formal. More polite, nehmen Sie bitte Platz. This means please take a seat, formal. Another useful example, nehmen Sie das bitte. This means please take that, formal. Another useful example in classroom requests, lesen Sie bitte. This means please read, formal. Hören Sie zu bitte. This means please listen, formal. Schreiben Sie bitte. This means please write, formal. So remember, with formal German, the pattern is verb, then Sie. For example, kommen Sie bitte, gehen Sie bitte, warten Sie bitte, nehmen Sie Platz, and schreiben Sie bitte. Great! Now let's compare the three imperative forms together. Listen first, then repeat slowly. For one familiar person, komm, come. For more than one familiar person, kommt, come, plural, informal. For a polite situation, kommen Sie bitte, please come, formal. Now with gehen, geh, go, geht, go, plural, informal. Gehen Sie bitte, please go, formal. Now with warten, warte, wait, wartet, wait, plural, informal. Warten Sie bitte, please wait, formal. Now with nehmen, nimm, take, nehmt, take, plural, informal. Nehmen Sie bitte, please take, formal. Now with lesen, lies, read, lest, read, plural, informal. Lesen Sie bitte, please read,
formal. Very good. Now remember the main idea. Use du for one familiar person. For example, komm. Use ihr for more than one familiar person. For example, kommt. Use Sie for a polite situation. For example, kommen Sie bitte. And to sound polite, use bitte. This lesson is very important for real German because you will hear commands and requests in class, in shops, in offices, and in daily conversations. Next, we will continue with more useful everyday German patterns so you can understand and speak German more naturally.
Great! Now that we can use many useful German sentence patterns, we can learn something very practical for daily life. Today, we will talk about time, days, months, and dates. These words are very important in German A1 because we use them when we talk about appointments, classes, work, birthdays, travel, and daily routines. In this lesson, we will learn simple questions like Wie spät ist es? This means what time is it? And Wann ist der Kurs? This means when is the course? We will also learn useful words like heute, today, morgen, tomorrow, and gestern, yesterday. We use 3 small words again and again. For clock time, for days and dates, and im for months. For example, der Kurs beginnt 8 Uhr. This means the course starts at 8 o'clock. Der Kurs ist am Montag. This means the course is on Monday. And der Kurs beginnt im Januar. This means the course starts in January. So today we will learn time, days, months, and dates slowly, clearly, and with simple A1 examples. Let's start with clock time. A very important question is, Wie spät ist es? This means, what time is it? To answer, we usually say, Es ist. This means, it is. For example, Es ist 8 Uhr. This means, it is 8 o'clock. Another example, Es ist 10 Uhr. This means, it is 10 o'clock. And Es ist 12 Uhr. This means, it is 12 o'clock. The word Uhr means a clock when we talk about time. Now let's use minutes. Es ist 8:05. This means it is 8:05. Es ist 8:15. This means it is 8:15. Es ist 8:30. This means it is 8:30. At A1 level, this simple form is very useful. Now let's talk about appointments. For clock time, we use means at. For example, der Kurs beginnt 8 Uhr. This means the course starts at 8 o'clock. Another example, ich arbeite 9 Uhr. This means I work at 9 o'clock. And wir treffen uns 10 Uhr. This means we meet at 10 o'clock. So remember, ask, wie spät ist es? Answer, es ist 8 Uhr. For appointments, use For example, 8 Uhr. Now let's talk about weekdays. In German, the days of the week are Montag, Monday, Dienstag, Tuesday, Mittwoch, Wednesday, Donnerstag, Thursday, Freitag, Friday, Samstag, Saturday, and Sonntag, Sunday. When something happens on a day, we use am. Am means on
with days. For example, am Montag means on Monday, am Dienstag means on Tuesday, and am Freitag means on Friday. Now let's use simple sentences. Der Kurs ist am Montag. This means the course is on Monday. Ich arbeite am Dienstag. This means I work on Tuesday. Ich lerne Deutsch am Mittwoch. This means I learn German on Wednesday. Ich habe am Samstag frei. This means I am free on Saturday. Now let's ask, wann ist der Kurs? This means, when is the course? Answer, der Kurs ist am Montag. This means the course is on Monday. Now look at 3 useful words. Heute means today, morgen, tomorrow, and gestern, yesterday. For example, heute ist Montag. This means today is Monday. Morgen ist Dienstag. This means tomorrow is Tuesday. And gestern war Sonntag. This means yesterday was Sunday. So remember, use am with weekdays. For example, am Montag, am Dienstag, and am Freitag.
Now let's talk about months. In German, the months are Januar, January, Februar, February, März, March, April, April, Mai, May, Juni, June, Juli, July, August, August, September, September, October, October, November, November, and Dezember, December. When something happens in a month, we use im. Im means in with months. For example, im Januar means in January. Im März means in March. And im August means in August. Now let's use simple sentences. Der Kurs beginnt im Januar. This means the course starts in January. Ich lerne Deutsch im März. This means I learn German in March. Ich fahre im Juli nach Berlin. This means I travel to Berlin in July. Ich habe im August Urlaub. This means I have vacation in August. Now let's ask, when does the course start? Wann beginnt der Kurs? Answer, der Kurs beginnt im Januar. This means the course starts in January. Another question, wann hast du Urlaub? This means, when do you have vacation? Answer, ich habe im August Urlaub. This means I have vacation in August. So remember, use am with weekdays. For example, am Montag. Use im with months. For example, im Januar. Now let's talk about dates. Dates are useful for birthdays, appointments, courses, and important days. A useful question is, welches Datum ist heute? This means, what is today's date? You can answer, heute ist der 1. Januar. This means, today is the 1st of January. Another example, heute ist der 3. Mai. This means, today is the 3rd of May. And heute ist der 10. Juni. This means, today is the 10th of June. When something happens on a date, we use am. For example, am 1. Januar means on the 1st of January. Am 3. Mai means on the 3rd of May. And am 10. Juni means on the 10th of June.
Now let's use simple sentences. Der Termin ist am 3. Mai. This means the appointment is on the 3rd of May. Der Kurs beginnt am 5. September. This means the course starts on the 5th of September. Mein Geburtstag ist am 10. Juni. This means my birthday is on the 10th of June. Now let's ask about birthdays. Wann hast du Geburtstag? This means, when is your birthday? Answer: Ich habe am 10. Juni Geburtstag. This means, my birthday is on the 10th of June. You can also say, Mein Geburtstag ist am 10. Juni. This means, my birthday is on the 10th of June. Do not worry if the endings feel new. At A1 level, learn the full phrase. For example, am 1. Januar, am 3. Mai, and am 10. Juni. So remember, for today's date, say, Heute ist der 3. Mai. For an appointment, say, Der Termin ist am 3. Mai. Great! Now let's practice time, days, months, and dates together. Listen first, then repeat slowly. Wie spät ist es? What time is it? Es ist 8 Uhr. It is 8 o'clock. Es ist 8:30 Uhr. It is 8:30. Der Kurs beginnt 8 Uhr. The course starts at 8 o'clock. Now with weekdays. Heute ist Montag. Today is Monday. Der Kurs ist am Montag. The course is on Monday. Ich arbeite am Dienstag. I work on Tuesday. Ich habe am Samstag frei. I am free on Saturday. Now with months. Der Kurs beginnt im Januar. The course starts in January. Ich lerne Deutsch im März. I learn German in March. Ich habe im August Urlaub. I have vacation in August. Now with dates. Welches Datum ist heute? What is today's date? Heute ist der 3. Mai. Today is the 3rd of May. Der Termin ist am 3. Mai. The appointment is on the 3rd of May. Mein Geburtstag ist am 10. Juni. This means my birthday is on the 10th of June. Very good. Now remember the main idea. Use with clock time. For example, 8 Uhr. Use with weekdays and dates. For example, am Montag and am 3. Mai. Use im with months. For example, im Januar. Now you can talk about time, weekdays, months, and dates in simple German. This is very useful for appointments, classes, work, birthdays, and daily life. Next, we will continue with more useful everyday German patterns so you can speak more clearly and naturally. Great! Now that we can talk about time, days, months, and dates, we can learn something very useful for everyday German. Today, we will talk about daily routine. Daily routine means the things we do every day. For example, getting up, eating breakfast, working, learning, shopping, and sleeping. In German, we will learn these important verbs: aufstehen, frühstücken, arbeiten, lernen, einkaufen, and schlafen. Aufstehen means to get up. Frühstücken means to eat breakfast. Arbeiten means to work. Lernen means to learn or to study. Einkaufen means to shop
or to buy groceries, and schlafen means to sleep. These verbs are very important because they help you describe a normal day in simple German. For example, ich stehe 7 Uhr auf. This means I get up at 7 o'clock. Ich frühstücke 8 Uhr. This means I eat breakfast at 8 o'clock. And ich schlafe 10 Uhr. This means I sleep at 10 o'clock. Today, we will learn these verbs slowly and clearly, and we will build a simple daily routine step by step. Let's start with the morning routine. The first important verb is aufstehen. Aufstehen means to get up. This verb is very important, but it's also a separable verb. That means in a simple sentence, one part goes near the front and the other part goes to the end. For example, ich stehe 7 Uhr auf. This means I get up at 7 o'clock. Look carefully. Stehe is the verb part and auf goes to the end. Another example. Du stehst 6 Uhr auf. This means you get up at 6 o'clock. And steht früh auf. This means he gets up early. A useful question is wann stehst du auf? This means when do you get up? A simple answer is ich stehe 7 Uhr auf. This means I get up at 7 o'clock. Now let's learn frühstücken. Frühstücken means to eat breakfast. For example, ich frühstücke 8 Uhr. This means I eat breakfast at 8 o'clock. Another example, wir frühstücken zusammen. This means we eat breakfast together. So remember, in the morning you can say ich stehe 7 Uhr auf and ich frühstücke 8 Uhr. These are very useful A1 daily routine sentences. Now let's talk about work and study. The first verb is arbeiten. Arbeiten means to work. For example, ich arbeite am Montag. This means I work on Monday. Another example, ich arbeite 9 Uhr. This means I work at 9 o'clock. And meine Mutter arbeitet viel. This means my mother works a lot. A useful question is wann arbeitest du? This means when do you work? A simple answer is ich arbeite am Dienstag. This means I work on Tuesday. Now let's look at lernen. Lernen means to learn or to study. For example, ich lerne Deutsch. This means I study German. Another example, ich lerne am Abend. This means I study in the evening. And wir lernen zusammen. This means we study together. A useful question is wann lernst du Deutsch? This means when do you study German? A simple answer is ich lerne Deutsch am Abend. This means I study German in the evening. So remember, for work, use arbeiten. For study, use lernen. And with time, you can say 9 Uhr or am Abend. Now let's talk about shopping and sleeping. The first verb is einkaufen. Einkaufen means to shop or to buy groceries. This is also a separable verb, like aufstehen. For example, ich kaufe am Samstag ein. This means I go shopping on Saturday. Look carefully. Kaufe is the verb part and ein goes to the end. Another example. Wir kaufen im Supermarkt ein. This means we shop at the supermarket. And sie kauft nach der Arbeit ein. This means she shops after work. A useful question is wann kaufst du ein? This means when do you go shopping? A simple answer is ich kaufe am Samstag ein. This means I go shopping on Saturday. Now let's look at schlafen. Schlafen means to sleep. For example, ich schlafe 10 Uhr. This means I sleep at 10 o'clock. Another example, das Kind schläft früh. This means the child sleeps early. And ich schlafe gut. This means I sleep well. So remember, einkaufen is separable. We say ich kaufe ein, and schlafen helps us talk about the end of the day. For example, ich schlafe 10 Uhr. Great! Now let's practice a simple daily routine together. Listen first, then repeat slowly. Ich stehe 7 Uhr auf. I get up at 7 o'clock. Ich frühstücke 8 Uhr. I eat breakfast at 8 o'clock. Ich arbeite 9 Uhr. I work at 9 o'clock. Ich lerne Deutsch am Abend. I study German in the evening. Ich kaufe am Samstag ein. I go shopping on Saturday. 10 Uhr schlafe ich. At 10 o'clock, I sleep. Very good. Now remember the main idea. To talk about your daily routine, you can use aufstehen, frühstücken, arbeiten, lernen, einkaufen, and schlafen. Be careful with separable verbs. Aufstehen becomes ich stehe auf, and einkaufen becomes ich kaufe ein. These verbs help you describe your day in simple German. Next, we will continue with more useful everyday German patterns so you can speak more clearly and naturally.
Great! Now that we can describe a simple daily routine, we can learn an important German pattern that appears in many everyday verbs. Today, we will talk about separable verbs in daily life. In German, some verbs have two parts. One part is the main verb, and the other part is a small prefix. In a simple sentence, the main verb goes in position 2, and the prefix goes to the end of the sentence. We already saw examples like aufstehen and einkaufen. Today, we will practice 4 useful separable verbs: einkaufen, anrufen, Fernsehen, and umsteigen. Einkaufen means to shop or to buy groceries. Anrufen means to call. Fernsehen means to watch TV, and umsteigen means to change trains, buses, or transport. For example, ich kaufe heute ein. This means I go shopping today. The verb is kaufe, and the prefix is ein. It goes to the end. Another example, ich rufe Anna an. This means I call Anna. The verb is rufe, and the prefix is an. It goes to the end. So today, we will learn how these verbs work slowly and clearly with useful A1 examples from daily life. Let's start with einkaufen. Einkaufen means to shop or to buy groceries. This verb is useful when we talk about supermarkets, food, daily needs, and weekend plans. In a simple sentence, we do not keep the verb together. We separate it. For example, ich kaufe heute ein. This means I go shopping today. Look carefully. Kaufe is in position 2, and ein goes to the end. Another example, ich kaufe am Samstag ein. This means I go shopping on Saturday. And wir kaufen im Supermarkt ein. This means we shop at the supermarket. Now let's ask a question. Wann kaufst du ein? This means when do you go shopping? A simple answer is ich kaufe am Samstag ein. This means I go shopping on Saturday. Another question, wo kaufst du ein? This means where do you go shopping? Answer, ich kaufe im Supermarkt ein. This means I shop at the supermarket. So remember, the full verb is einkaufen. But in a sentence, we say ich kaufe ein. The prefix ein goes to the end. Now let's look at anrufen. Anrufen means to call. We use it when we call a person on the phone. For example, Ich rufe Anna an. This means I call Anna. Look carefully. Rufe is the verb part and an goes to the end. Another example, ich rufe meinen Bruder an. This means I call my brother. And sie ruft ihre Mutter an. This means she calls her mother. Now let's ask a question. Wen rufst du an? This means who do you call? A simple answer is ich rufe Anna an. This means I call Anna. Another useful sentence, ich rufe dich später an. This means I will call you later. Here, später means later. Now let's look at a polite situation. Ich rufe den Arzt an. This means I call the doctor. This is a very useful sentence for real life. So remember, the full verb is anrufen. But in a sentence, we say, ich rufe Anna an. The prefix an goes to the end. Now let's practice two more daily separable verbs, Fernsehen and umsteigen. First, Fernsehen. Fernsehen means to watch TV. In a sentence, it separates. For example, ich sehe am Abend fern. This means I watch TV in the evening. Look carefully. Sehe is the verb part and fern goes to the end. Another example, wir sehen heute fern. This means we watch TV today. Now let's ask, wann siehst du fern? This means when do you watch TV? Answer, ich sehe am Abend fern. This means I watch TV in the evening. Now let's look at umsteigen. Umsteigen means to change trains, buses, or transport. It is very useful when we talk about travel. For example, ich steige am Bahnhof This means I change at the train station. Another example, ich steige in Berlin This means I change in Berlin. And wir steigen in den Bus This means we change to the bus. Now ask, wo steigst du This means where do you change? Answer, ich steige am Bahnhof This means I change at the train station. So remember, Fernsehen becomes ich sehe fern, and umsteigen becomes ich steige The prefix goes to the end. Great! Now let's practice separable verbs in daily life together. Listen first, then repeat slowly. Ich kaufe heute ein. I go shopping today. Ich kaufe am Samstag ein. I go shopping on Saturday. Wir kaufen im Supermarkt ein. We shop at the supermarket. Ich rufe Anna an. I call Anna. Ich rufe meinen Bruder an. I call my brother. Ich rufe dich später an. I will call you later. Ich sehe am Abend fern. I watch TV in the evening. Wir sehen heute fern. We watch TV today. Ich steige am Bahnhof This means I change at the train station. Ich steige in Berlin This means I change in Berlin. And wir steigen in den Bus This means we change to the bus. Very good. Now remember the big idea. With separable verbs, the main verb goes in position 2 and the prefix goes to the end. For example, einkaufen becomes ich kaufe ein. Anrufen becomes ich rufe Anna an. Fernsehen becomes ich sehe fern. And umsteigen becomes ich steige These verbs are very useful for daily German because they help you talk about shopping, phone calls, evening activities, and transport. Next, we will continue with more useful everyday German patterns so you can speak more clearly and naturally.
Great! Now that we can talk about daily life,
simple actions, and useful German sentences, we can learn a very important topic for real conversations. Today, we will talk about family, people, and relationships. In German A1, this topic is very useful because we often talk about our family, our friends, age, and simple descriptions. We will learn words like die Familie. This means the family. Der Vater. This means the father. Die Mutter. This means the mother. Der Bruder. This means the brother. And die Schwester. This means the sister. We will also learn how to ask about age. For example, wie alt bist du? This means, how old are you? And we can answer, ich bin 20 Jahre alt. This means, I am 20 years old. We will also describe people with simple adjectives like groß, klein, jung, alt, nett, and freundlich. For example, mein Vater ist freundlich. This means, my father is friendly. So, today, we will learn how to talk about family members, age, people, and relationships slowly, clearly, and with simple A1 examples. Let's start with family members. The word die Familie means the family. For example, das ist meine Familie. This means, this is my family. Now, let's learn the most important family words. Der Vater means the father. Die Mutter means the mother. Der Bruder means the brother. And die Schwester means the sister. And die Eltern means the parents. Now, let's use simple sentences. Das ist mein Vater. This means, this is my father. Das ist meine Mutter. This means, this is my mother. Das ist mein Bruder. This means, this is my brother. Das ist meine Schwester. This means, this is my sister. Look carefully. With masculine nouns, we use mein. For example, mein Vater and mein Bruder. With feminine nouns, we use meine. For example, meine Mutter and meine Schwester. Now let's say, das sind meine Eltern. This means, these are my parents. So remember, to introduce family, you can say, das ist mein Vater, das ist meine Mutter, and das ist meine Familie. Now let's talk about age. A very useful question is, wie alt bist du? This means, how old are you? To answer, we say, ich bin 20 Jahre alt. This means, I am 20 years old. Another example, ich bin 25 Jahre alt. This means, I am 25 years old. Now let's ask about another person. Wie alt ist er? This means, how old is he? Answer, er ist 30 Jahre alt. This means, he is 30 years old. Now, with a female person, wie alt ist sie? This means, how old is she? Answer, sie ist 28 Jahre alt. This means, she is 28 years old. Now, let's use family members. Mein Vater ist 40 Jahre alt. This means, my father is 40 years old. Meine Mutter ist 38 Jahre alt. This means, my mother is 38 years old. Mein Bruder ist 16 Jahre alt. This means, my brother is 16 years old. Meine Schwester ist 12 Jahre alt. This means, my sister is 12 years old. Now let's ask, wie alt ist dein Bruder? This means, how old is your brother? Answer, Mein Bruder ist 16 Jahre alt. This means my brother is 16 years old. So remember, ask wie alt bist du? Answer, ich bin 20 Jahre alt. For another person, ask wie alt ist er? Or wie alt ist sie? Now, let's describe people. To describe a person, we can use the verb sein. We already know ich bin, I am. Du bist, you are. Er ist, he is. And sie ist, she is. Now, let's use simple adjectives. Groß means tall or big. Klein means small or short. Jung means young. Alt means old. Nett means nice. And freundlich means friendly. For example, mein Vater ist freundlich. This means my father is friendly. Meine Mutter ist nett. This means my mother is nice. Mein Bruder ist jung. This means my brother is young. Meine Schwester ist klein. This means my sister is small. Now, let's ask a simple question. Wie ist dein Vater? This means, what is your father like? Answer, mein Vater ist freundlich. This means, my father is friendly. Another question, wie ist deine Schwester? This means, what is your sister like? Answer, meine Schwester ist nett. This means, my sister is nice. So remember, to describe people, use sein plus an adjective. For example, mein Vater ist groß and meine Mutter ist freundlich. Great! Now let's practice family, people, age, and relationships together. Listen first, then repeat slowly. Das ist meine Familie. This means, this is my family. Das ist mein Vater. This means, this is my father. Das ist meine Mutter. This means, this is my mother. Das ist mein Bruder. This means, this is my brother. Das ist meine Schwester. This means, this is my sister. Now, with age, wie alt bist du? How old are you? Ich bin 20 Jahre alt. I am 20 years old. Wie alt ist dein Bruder? How old is your brother? Mein Bruder ist 16 Jahre alt. My brother is 16 years old. Now, with descriptions, mein Vater ist freundlich. My father is friendly. Meine Mutter ist nett. My mother is nice. Mein Bruder ist jung. This means my brother is young. Meine Schwester ist klein. This means my sister is small. Now, let's talk about relationships. Wer ist das? This means, who is that? Answer, das ist mein Freund. This means, that is my male friend, or that is my boyfriend. Another answer, das ist meine Freundin. This means, that is my female friend, or that is my girlfriend. Very good. Now, remember the main idea. To talk about family, use der Vater, die Mutter, der Bruder, die Schwester, and die Eltern. To ask about age, use wie alt bist du and answer ich bin 20 Jahre alt. To describe people, use simple adjectives like groß, klein, jung, alt, nett, and freundlich. Now you can talk about your family, your age, your friends, and people around you in simple German. Next, we will continue with more useful everyday German patterns so you can speak more clearly and naturally.
Great! Now that we can talk about family, people, daily routine,
and simple everyday situations, we can learn another very useful topic for real German conversations. Today, we will talk about home, rooms, and furniture. In German A1, this topic is very important because we often talk about where we live, our apartment, our house, our room, and the things inside the home. Today, we will learn words like das Haus. This means the house. Die Wohnung. This means the apartment. Das Zimmer. This means the room. And die Möbel. This means the furniture. We will also learn important room words like die Küche, das Bad, das Schlafzimmer, and das Wohnzimmer. We will learn furniture words like der Tisch, der Stuhl, das Bett, das Sofa, and die Lampe. For example, das ist meine Wohnung. This means this is my apartment. Another example, meine Wohnung ist klein. This means my apartment is small. And in meinem Zimmer gibt es ein Bett. This means in my room there is a bed. So today we will learn how to talk about your home, your rooms, your furniture, and simple descriptions slowly, clearly, and with useful A1 examples. Great! Now let's talk about home and rooms. The word das Haus means the house. For example, ich wohne in einem Haus. This means I live in a house. The word die Wohnung means the apartment. For example, ich wohne in einer Wohnung. This means I live in an apartment. Now look at das Zimmer. Das Zimmer means the room. For example, meine Wohnung hat 3 Zimmer. This means my apartment has 3 rooms. Now let's learn some important rooms. Die Küche means the kitchen. Das Bad means the bathroom. Das Schlafzimmer means the bedroom. And das Wohnzimmer means the living room. And der Balkon means the balcony. Now let's use simple sentences. Das ist die Küche. This means this is the kitchen. Das ist das Bad. This means this is the bathroom. Das ist das Schlafzimmer. This means this is the bedroom. Das ist das Wohnzimmer. This means this is the living room. Now let's ask a useful question. Wo wohnst du? This means where do you live? A simple answer is Ich wohne in einer Wohnung. This means I live in an apartment. Another answer is Ich wohne in einem Haus. This means I live in a house. So remember, use das Haus for a house, use die Wohnung for an apartment, and use das Zimmer for a room. Great! Now let's talk about furniture. In German, furniture is die Möbel. This means the furniture. Furniture means the things we use inside a home. For example, a table, a chair, a bed, a sofa, a wardrobe, or a lamp. Let's learn the most useful words. Der Tisch means the table. Der Stuhl means the chair. Das Bett means the bed. Das Sofa means the sofa. Der Schrank means the wardrobe or cupboard. And die Lampe means the lamp. Now let's use simple sentences. Das ist ein Tisch. This means this is a table. Das ist ein Stuhl. This means this is a chair. Das ist ein Bett. This means this is a bed. Das ist ein Sofa. This means this is a sofa. Das ist ein Schrank. This means this is a wardrobe or cupboard. And das ist eine Lampe. This means this is a lamp. Now let's use haben. Haben means to have. For example, ich habe ein Bett. This means I have a bed. Ich habe einen Tisch. This means I have a table. Ich habe einen Stuhl. This means I have a chair. And ich habe eine Lampe. This means I have a lamp. So remember, furniture words are very useful when you describe your room or your home. Great! Now let's describe a home or a room. To describe a place, we can use simple adjectives. For example, groß means big. Klein means small. Hell means bright. Dunkel means dark. Schön means beautiful. And gemütlich means comfortable or cozy. Now let's use simple sentences. Meine Wohnung ist klein. This means my apartment is small. Mein Haus ist groß. This means my house is big. Das Wohnzimmer ist hell. This means the living room is bright. Das Schlafzimmer ist gemütlich. This means the bedroom is cozy. Die Küche ist schön. This means the kitchen is beautiful. Das Bad ist modern. This means the bathroom is modern. Now let's ask, wie ist deine Wohnung? This means, what is your apartment like? A simple answer is, meine Wohnung ist klein, aber schön. This means my apartment is small but beautiful. Another question, wie ist dein Zimmer? This means, what is your room like? Answer, mein Zimmer ist hell und gemütlich. This means my room is bright and cozy. So remember, to describe a home, use ist plus an adjective. For example, meine Wohnung ist schön and mein Zimmer ist gemütlich. Great! Now let's practice home, rooms, and furniture together. Listen first, then repeat slowly. Das ist meine Wohnung. This is my apartment. Ich wohne in einer Wohnung. I live in an apartment. Meine Wohnung hat 3 Zimmer. My apartment has 3 rooms. Das ist die Küche. This is the kitchen. Das ist das Bad. This is the bathroom. Das ist das Schlafzimmer. This is the bedroom. Das ist das Wohnzimmer. This is the living room. Now with furniture. Ich habe ein Bett. I have a bed. Ich habe einen Tisch. I have a table. Ich habe einen Stuhl. I have a chair. And ich habe eine Lampe. I have a lamp. Now let's describe a room. Mein Zimmer ist klein. My room is small. Mein Zimmer ist hell. My room is bright. Mein Zimmer ist gemütlich. My room is cozy. Now let's use es gibt. In meinem Zimmer gibt es ein Bett. In my room there is a bed. In meiner Wohnung gibt es eine Küche. In my apartment there is a kitchen. In meiner Wohnung gibt es ein Wohnzimmer. In my apartment there is a living room. Very good. Now remember the main idea. To talk about home, use words like das Haus, die Wohnung, and das Zimmer. To talk about rooms, use die Küche, das Bad, das Schlafzimmer, and das Wohnzimmer. To talk about furniture, use der Tisch, der Stuhl, das Bett, das Sofa, and die Lampe. And to describe your home, you can say, meine Wohnung ist klein, mein Zimmer ist hell, and mein Zimmer ist gemütlich. Now you can describe your home, your rooms, and your furniture in simple German.
Next, we will continue with more useful everyday German patterns so you can speak more clearly and naturally.
Great! Now that we can talk about home, daily life, and simple everyday situations, we can learn a very practical topic for real German conversation. Today, we will talk about food, drinks, and the supermarket. This lesson is very useful because in daily life, we often need to buy something, ask about prices, say what we need, and speak politely in a shop. Today, we will learn useful words like das Brot, der Käse, der Apfel, die Banane, das Wasser, and der Kaffee. We will also use important supermarket verbs, brauchen, kaufen, nehmen, and möchten. For example, ich brauche Brot. This means I need bread. Ich kaufe einen Apfel. This means I buy an apple. Ich nehme eine Flasche Wasser. This means I take a bottle of water. And in the supermarket, we often ask, was kostet das? This means, how much does that cost? So today, we will learn food, drinks, shopping phrases, prices, and simple accusative practice, slowly, clearly, and with useful A1 examples. Let's start with food and drinks. The word das Essen means food, and the word das Getränk means drink. Now let's learn some useful food words. Das Brot means bread. Der Käse means cheese. Der Apfel means the apple. Die Banane means the banana. Die Tomate means the tomato. And die Pizza means the pizza. Now let's learn some useful drink words. Das Wasser means water. Der Kaffee means coffee. Der Tee means tea. Die Milch means milk. And der Saft means juice. Now let's use simple sentences. Ich esse Brot. This means I eat bread. Ich esse eine Banane. This means I eat a banana. Ich trinke Wasser. This means I drink water. Ich trinke Kaffee. This means I drink coffee. A useful question is, was isst du gern? This means, what do you like eating? A simple answer is, ich esse gern Pizza. This means I like eating pizza. Another useful question is, was trinkst du gern? This means, what do you like drinking? A simple answer is, ich trinke gern Kaffee. This means I like drinking coffee. So remember, use essen for food, use trinken for drinks. For example, ich esse Brot and ich trinke Wasser. Now let's go to the supermarket. The word der Supermarkt means the supermarket. For example, ich gehe in den Supermarkt. This means I go to the supermarket. In the supermarket, we often use 3 simple verbs. The first verb is brauchen. Brauchen means to need. For example, ich brauche Brot. This means I need bread. Ich brauche Milch. This means I need milk. The second verb is kaufen. Kaufen means to buy. For example, ich kaufe Käse. This means I buy cheese. Ich kaufe eine Banane. This means I buy a banana. The third verb is nehmen. Nehmen means to take. For example, ich nehme Wasser. This means I take water. Ich nehme eine Flasche Wasser. This means I take a bottle of water. Now let's use a simple shopping question. Was brauchst du? This means, what do you need? A simple answer is, ich brauche Brot und Milch. This means I need bread and milk. Another question is, was kaufst du? This means, what are you buying? A simple answer is, ich kaufe Käse und Wasser. This means I buy cheese and water. So remember, in the supermarket, you can say, ich brauche Brot,
Ich kaufe eine Banane and ich nehme eine Flasche Wasser. Now, let's ask about prices. A very useful question is, was kostet das? This means, how much does that cost? You can also say, wie viel kostet das? This means, how much does that cost? To answer, we use das kostet. This means, that costs. For example, das kostet 2 Euro. This means, that costs 2 euros. Another example is das kostet 3 Euro. This means, that costs 3 euros. Now, let's ask about food and drinks. Was kostet das Brot? This means, how much does the bread cost? Answer, das Brot kostet 2 Euro. This means, the bread costs 2 euros. Another question is, was kostet der Kaffee? This means, how much does the coffee cost? Answer, der Kaffee kostet 3 Euro. This means, the coffee costs 3 euros. Now let's use a polite shopping phrase. Ich möchte einen Kaffee. This means, I would like a coffee. Another example is, ich möchte eine Flasche Wasser. This means, I would like a bottle of water. And ich möchte ein Brot. This means, I would like a bread. At A1 level, this sentence is very useful in cafes, shops, and supermarkets. So remember, ask, was kostet das? Answer, das kostet 2 Euro. And when you want something politely, say, ich möchte. Now, let's practice the accusative in the supermarket. In German, after verbs like kaufen, nehmen, and möchten, we often have a direct object. The direct object is often in the accusative. For masculine nouns, ein becomes einen. For example, der Apfel means the apple, ein Apfel means an apple, but we say ich kaufe einen Apfel. This means I buy an apple. Another masculine example is der Kaffee means the coffee. We say ich nehme einen Kaffee. This means I take a coffee. Now with feminine nouns. Die Banane means the banana. We say ich kaufe eine Banane. This means I buy a banana. Here, eine stays eine. Another feminine example is die Flasche means the bottle. We say ich nehme eine Flasche Wasser. This means I take a bottle of water. Now with neuter nouns. Das Brot means the bread. We say ich kaufe ein Brot. This means I buy a bread. So remember, ein Apfel becomes einen Apfel, but eine Banane stays eine Banane, and ein Brot stays ein Brot. Useful supermarket examples are ich kaufe einen Apfel, ich kaufe eine Banane, and ich kaufe ein Brot. Great! Now let's practice a simple supermarket situation. Listen first, then repeat slowly. Ich gehe in den Supermarkt. I go to the supermarket. Ich brauche Brot und Milch. I need bread and milk. Ich kaufe einen Apfel. I buy an apple. Ich kaufe eine Banane. I buy a banana. Ich nehme eine Flasche Wasser. I take a bottle of water. Now, let's ask about prices. Was kostet das? How much does that cost? Das kostet 2 Euro. That costs 2 euros. Was kostet der Kaffee? How much does the coffee cost? Der Kaffee kostet 3 Euro. The coffee costs 3 euros. Now, let's use polite shopping phrases. Ich möchte einen Kaffee. I would like a coffee. Ich möchte eine Flasche Wasser. I would like a bottle of water. Ich möchte ein Brot. I would like a bread. Very good. Now remember the main idea. For food, use essen. For drinks, use trinken. In the supermarket, use brauchen, kaufen, nehmen, and möchten. To ask about prices, say, was kostet das? To answer, say, das kostet 2 Euro. And with accusative, remember, ein Apfel becomes einen Apfel. Now you can talk about food, drinks, shopping, prices, and simple supermarket situations in German. Next, we will continue with more useful everyday German patterns so you can speak more clearly and naturally.
Great. Now that we can talk about food, drinks, prices, and supermarket situations, we can learn another very useful topic for real life. Today, we will talk about restaurants and cafes. This topic is very important in German A1 because we often need German when we order food, order drinks, ask for the menu, speak politely, and pay. Today we will learn useful words like das Restaurant. This means the restaurant. Das Café. This means the cafe. Die Speisekarte. This means the menu. Der Kellner. This means the waiter. And die Kellnerin. This means the waitress. We will also learn one very important polite phrase. Ich hätte gern. This means I would like. For example, ich hätte gern einen Kaffee. This means I would like a coffee. Another example, ich hätte gern ein Wasser. This means I would like a water. And ich hätte gern, this means I would like. For example, ich hätte gern einen Kaffee. This means I would like a coffee. Another example, ich hätte gern die Speisekarte. This means I would like the menu. This phrase is very useful because it sounds polite and natural in restaurants and cafes. So today we will learn how to ask for the menu, order food and drinks, ask for the bill, and pay, slowly, clearly, and with useful A1 examples. Let's start with the menu. In German, the menu is die Speisekarte. For drinks, you may also see die Getränkekarte. This means the drinks menu. In a restaurant or cafe, you can ask politely, die Speisekarte bitte. This means the menu, please. Or more complete, ich hätte gern die Speisekarte. This means I would like the menu. Now let's learn some useful food words for a restaurant or cafe. Die Suppe. This means the soup. Der Salat means the salad. Die Pizza means the pizza. Der Kuchen means the cake. And das Frühstück means the breakfast. Now some useful drinks. Der Kaffee means the coffee. Der Tee means the tea. Das Wasser means the water. And der Saft means the juice. Now let's use simple sentences. Ich nehme eine Suppe. This means I take a soup. Ich nehme einen Salat. This means I take a salad. Ich nehme einen Kaffee. This means I take a coffee. And ich nehme ein Wasser. This means I take a water. A useful question is, was gibt es? This means what is there? Another useful question is, haben Sie Kaffee? This means, do you have coffee? And haben Sie Kuchen? This means, do you have cake? So remember, for the menu, say die Speisekarte hätte, or ich hätte gern die Speisekarte. Now let's learn how to order politely. The most important phrase today is ich hätte gern. This means I would like. This is very useful in a cafe, in a restaurant, or in a bakery. For example, ich hätte gern einen Kaffee. This means I would like a coffee. Another example, ich hätte gern einen Tee. This means I would like a tea. And ich hätte gern ein Wasser. This means I would like a water. Now with food. Ich hätte gern eine Suppe. This means I would like a soup. Ich hätte gern einen Salat. This means I would like a salad. Ich hätte gern einen Stück Kuchen. This means I would like a piece of cake. You can also use ich nehme. This means I will take. For example, ich nehme einen Kaffee.
This means I will take a coffee. And ich nehme eine Pizza. This means I will take a pizza. A waiter may ask, Was möchten Sie? This means, what would you like? You can answer, Ich hätte gern einen Kaffee. This means, I would like a coffee. Or, Ich nehme eine Suppe. This means, I will take a soup. So remember, Ich hätte gern sounds polite. Ich nehme is also common and simple. And add bitte to sound even more polite. Now let's talk about more restaurant phrases. After you order, the waiter may ask, Noch etwas? This means, anything else? You can answer, Nein, danke. This means, no thank you, or Das ist alles. This means, that is all. If you want something more, you can say, Ich hätte gern noch ein Wasser. This means, I would like another water. Or, Ich hätte gern noch einen Kaffee. This means, I would like another coffee. Now let's talk about small requests. If you need help, you can say, Entschuldigung. This means, excuse me. Then you can say, Ich hätte gern Zucker. This means, I would like sugar. Or, Ich hätte gern Milch. This means, I would like milk. Another useful phrase is, Kann ich bitte zahlen? This means, can I pay, please? You can also say, Die Rechnung bitte. This means, the bill, please. In a restaurant, this phrase is very important. Now let's use a simple, polite request. Entschuldigung, die Rechnung bitte. This means, excuse me, the bill, please. So remember, noch etwas means anything else, das ist alles means that is all, and die Rechnung bitte means the bill, please. Now let's learn how to pay. The word die Rechnung means the bill. To ask for the bill, you can say die Rechnung bitte. This means the bill, please. Or ich möchte zahlen. This means I would like to pay. A useful question from the waiter is bar oder mit Karte? This means cash or by card. Bar means cash and mit Karte means by card. You can answer bar bitte. This means cash, please, or mit Karte bitte. This means by card, please. Sometimes the waiter may ask zusammen oder getrennt. This means together or separately. Zusammen means together and getrennt means separately. You can answer zusammen bitte. This means together, please, or getrennt bitte. This means separately, please. Now let's learn one useful phrase for tipping. Stimmt so. This means keep the change. For example, if the bill is a little less and you do not need change, you can say stimmt so. So remember, to pay, say Ich möchte zahlen or die Rechnung bitte. Then answer bar bitte or mit Karte bitte. Great. Now let's practice a simple restaurant and cafe situation. Listen first, then repeat slowly. Guten Tag. Die Speisekarte bitte. Was möchten Sie? Ich hätte gern einen Kaffee. Ich hätte gern ein Wasser. Ich nehme eine Suppe. Ich nehme einen Salat. Noch etwas? Nein, danke. Das ist alles. Now let's pay. Die Rechnung bitte. Ich möchte zahlen. Bar oder mit Karte? Mit Karte bitte. Zusammen oder getrennt? Zusammen bitte. Very good. Now remember the main idea. In a restaurant or cafe, you can use Ich hätte gern to order politely. For example, Ich hätte gern einen Kaffee. You can use Ich nehme to choose something. For example, Ich nehme eine Suppe. To ask for the bill, say Die Rechnung bitte or Ich möchte zahlen. And to pay, you can say bar bitte or mit Karte bitte. Now you can order, ask for the menu, pay, and speak politely in a German restaurant or cafe. Next, we will continue with more useful everyday German patterns so you can speak more clearly and naturally.
Great! Now that we can talk about food, restaurants, cafes, and everyday situations, we can learn another very useful topic for daily German. Today, we will talk about clothes, weather, seasons, and how we feel. In real life, we often say, "The weather is cold." "I am wearing a jacket." "It is summer." "I feel warm." In German, we will learn words like die Kleidung. This means clothes. Das Wetter. This means the weather. And die Jahreszeiten. This means the seasons. We will also learn two very important sentences. Mir ist kalt. This means I feel cold. And mir ist warm. This means I feel warm. These sentences are very useful because in German we do not say this exactly like English. Today we will keep everything simple. We will learn what we wear, what color it is, what the weather is like, what season it is, and how to say I feel cold or I feel warm. For example, es ist kalt. This means it is cold. Ich trage eine Jacke. This means I am wearing a jacket. And mir ist kalt. This means I feel cold. So let's learn this slowly, clearly, and with useful A1 examples. Let's start with clothes and colors. The word die Kleidung means clothes. Now let's learn some simple clothing words. Die Jacke. This means the jacket. Der Pullover. This means the sweater. Das T-shirt. This means the T-shirt. Die Hose. This means the pants. And die Schuhe. This means the shoes. Now we use the verb tragen. Tragen means to wear. For example, ich trage eine Jacke. This means I am wearing a jacket. Ich trage einen Pullover. This means I am wearing a sweater. Ich trage ein T-shirt. This means I am wearing a T-shirt. Now let's add colors. Blau means blue. Schwarz means black. Weiß means white. Rot means red. And grau means gray. For example, die Jacke ist blau. This means the jacket is blue. Der Pullover ist schwarz. This means the sweater is black. Das T-shirt ist weiß. This means the T-shirt is white. A useful question is, was trägst du? This means, what are you wearing? A simple answer is, ich trage eine Jacke. This means I am wearing a jacket. Another answer is, ich trage ein T-shirt. This means I am wearing a T-shirt. So remember, use tragen for clothes. Use colors to describe clothes. For example, die Jacke ist blau. Now let's talk about the weather. The word das Wetter means the weather. A very useful question is, wie ist das Wetter heute? This means, what is the weather like today? To answer, we often say, es ist. For example, es ist kalt. This means it is cold. Es ist warm. This means it is warm. Es ist heiß. This means it is hot. Now let's use more weather sentences. Es ist sonnig. This means it is sunny. Es ist windig. This means it is windy. Es ist bewölkt. This means it is cloudy. And es regnet. This means it is raining. Now let's connect weather with clothes. Es ist kalt. Ich trage eine Jacke. This means it is cold. I am wearing a jacket. Es ist warm. Ich trage ein T-shirt.
This means it is warm, I am wearing a t-shirt. Es regnet, ich trage eine Jacke. This means it is raining, I am wearing a jacket. A useful question is, wie ist das Wetter heute? A simple answer is, heute ist es kalt. This means today it is cold. Heute ist es sonnig. This means today it is sunny. So remember, for weather, ask, wie ist das Wetter heute? And answer, es ist kalt, es ist warm, or es regnet. Now let's talk about the seasons. In German, the 4 seasons are der Frühling, spring, der Sommer, summer, der Herbst, autumn, and der Winter, winter. With seasons, we often use im. For example, im Frühling means in spring. Im Sommer means in summer. Im Herbst means in autumn. And im Winter means in winter. Now let's make simple sentences. Im Frühling ist es warm. This means in spring it is warm. Im Sommer ist es heiß. This means in summer it is hot. Im Herbst ist es windig. This means in autumn it is windy. Im Winter ist es kalt. This means in winter it is cold. Now let's connect seasons and clothes. Im Winter trage ich eine Jacke. This means in winter I wear a jacket. Im Winter trage ich einen Pullover. This means in winter I wear a sweater. Im Sommer trage ich ein T-shirt. This means in summer I wear a T-shirt. Now let's use anziehen. Anziehen means to put on. For example, ich ziehe eine Jacke an. This means I put on a jacket. So remember, im Sommer means in summer, im Winter means in winter, and when it is cold, you can say, ich ziehe eine Jacke an. Great. Now let's practice clothes, weather, seasons, and feelings together. Listen first, then repeat slowly. Wie ist das Wetter heute? What is the weather like today? Heute ist es kalt. Today it is cold. Heute ist es warm. Today it is warm. Heute ist es sonnig. Today it is sunny. Es regnet. It is raining. Now with clothes, ich trage eine Jacke. I am wearing a jacket. Ich trage einen Pullover. I am wearing a sweater. Ich trage ein T-shirt. I am wearing a T-shirt. Now with colors, die Jacke ist blau. The jacket is blue. Der Pullover ist schwarz. The sweater is black. Das T-shirt ist weiß. The T-shirt is white. Now with seasons, im Sommer ist es heiß. In summer, it is hot. Im Winter ist es kalt. In winter, it is cold. Now the most important part, mir ist kalt. I feel cold. Mir ist warm. I feel warm. Mir ist kalt. Ich ziehe eine Jacke an. I feel cold. I put on a jacket. Mir ist warm. Ich trage ein T-shirt. I feel warm. I am wearing a T-shirt. Very good. Now remember the main idea. To talk about clothes, use ich trage. For example, ich trage eine Jacke. To talk about weather, use es ist kalt, es ist warm, or es regnet. To talk about seasons, use im Sommer and im Winter. And when you feel cold or warm, say mir ist kalt or mir ist warm. Now you can talk about clothes, colors, weather, seasons, and simple feelings in German. Next, we will continue with more useful everyday German patterns so you can speak more clearly and naturally.
Great! Now that we can talk about weather, clothes, daily life, and everyday situations, we can learn a very important topic for real life. Today we will talk about health, body, and the doctor. This topic is very useful in German A1 because sometimes we need to say, I am sick, I have pain, I need a doctor, or I need an appointment. In German, we will learn useful words like der Körper. This means the body. Der Kopf. This means the head. Der Bauch. This means the stomach. Der Rücken. This means the back. And der Arzt. This means the doctor. We will also learn very important sentences like Ich bin krank. This means I am sick. Ich habe Kopfschmerzen. This means I have a headache. Mein Bauch tut weh. This means my stomach hurts. And the most important phrase for today, Ich brauche einen Termin. This means I need an appointment. This sentence is very useful when you call a doctor, go to a clinic, or speak at reception. So today we will learn body parts, simple symptoms, doctor appointments, and useful A1 health phrases, slowly, clearly, and with real everyday examples. Let's start with body parts. The word der Körper means the body. Now let's learn some useful body words. Der Kopf means the head. Der Hals means the throat or neck. Der Bauch means the stomach. Der Rücken means the back. Die Hand means the hand. And der Fuß means the foot. Now let's use simple sentences. Das ist mein Kopf. This means this is my head. Das ist mein Bauch. This means this is my stomach. Das ist mein Rücken. This means this is my back. A very useful phrase is tut weh. Tut weh means hurts. For example, mein Kopf tut weh. This means my head hurts. Mein Bauch tut weh. This means my stomach hurts. Mein Rücken tut weh. This means my back hurts. A useful question is was tut weh? This means what hurts. A simple answer is mein Kopf tut weh. This means my head hurts. Another answer is mein Bauch tut weh. This means my stomach hurts. So remember, use body part plus tut weh. For example, mein Rücken tut weh. Now let's talk about symptoms. Symptoms are the problems we feel in the body. A very simple sentence is Ich bin krank. This means I am sick. Now let's learn some useful symptoms. Ich habe Kopfschmerzen. This means I have a headache. Ich habe Bauchschmerzen. This means I have stomach pain. Ich habe Halsschmerzen. This means I have a sore throat. Ich habe Fieber. This means I have a fever. Ich habe Husten. This means I have a cough. And ich habe Schnupfen. This means I have a runny nose. Now let's learn one more useful phrase. Mir ist schlecht. This means I feel sick or I feel nauseous. For example, mir ist schlecht. This means I feel sick. Another useful sentence is Ich fühle mich nicht gut. This means I do not feel well. Now let's use simple questions. Was hast du? This means what is wrong? A simple answer is Ich habe Fieber. This means I have a fever. Another answer is Ich habe Husten. This means I have a cough. So remember, for many symptoms, use Ich habe. For example, Ich habe Kopfschmerzen, Ich habe Fieber, and Ich habe Husten. Now let's talk about the doctor and appointments. The word der Arzt means the doctor. A female doctor is die Ärztin. This means the female doctor. The doctor's office is die Praxis. This means the practice or doctor's office. And an appointment is der Termin. This means the appointment. The most important sentence today is Ich brauche einen Termin. This means I need an appointment. You can also say, Ich brauche einen Termin beim Arzt. This means I need an appointment with the doctor. If you call the doctor's office, you can ask, Haben Sie heute einen Termin frei? This means, do you have an appointment available today? Another useful question is, Wann ist der Termin? This means, when is the appointment? A simple answer is, Der Termin ist 10 Uhr. This means, the appointment is at 10 o'clock. Another answer is, Der Termin ist am Montag. This means, the appointment is on Monday. Now let's use a simple, polite sentence. Ich möchte einen Termin machen. This means, I would like to make an appointment. And ich kann heute kommen. This means, I can come today. So remember, to ask for an appointment, say, Ich brauche einen Termin or Ich möchte einen Termin machen. Great! Now let's practice health, body, symptoms, and doctor appointments together. Listen first, then repeat slowly. Ich bin krank. I am sick. Ich fühle mich nicht gut. I do not feel well. Mein Kopf tut weh. My head hurts. Mein Bauch tut weh. My stomach hurts. Mein Rücken tut weh. My back hurts. Now with symptoms. Ich habe Kopfschmerzen. I have a headache. Ich habe Bauchschmerzen. I have stomach pain. Ich habe Halsschmerzen. I have a sore throat. Ich habe Fieber. This means I have a fever. Ich habe Husten. This means I have a cough. And ich habe Schnupfen. This means I have a runny nose. Now let's ask for doctor appointments. Ich brauche einen Termin. I need an appointment. Ich brauche einen Termin beim Arzt. I need an appointment with the doctor. Ich möchte einen Termin machen. I would like to make an appointment. Haben Sie heute einen Termin frei? Do you have an appointment available today? Wann ist der Termin? When is the appointment? Der Termin ist 10 Uhr. The appointment is at 10 o'clock. Very good. Now remember the main idea. To talk about body parts, use words like der Kopf, der Bauch, and der Rücken. To say something hurts, use tut weh. For example, mein Kopf tut weh. To talk about symptoms, use ich habe. For example, ich habe Fieber. And to ask for a doctor appointment, say ich brauche einen Termin. Now you can talk about simple health problems, body parts, symptoms, and doctor appointments in German. Next, we will continue with more useful everyday German patterns so you can speak more clearly and naturally.
Great! Now that we can talk about health, appointments, and everyday situations, we can learn another very useful topic for real German life. Today we will talk about the city, directions, transport, and tickets. This lesson is very important in German A1 because we often need German when we are in a city, when we look for a place, when we take a bus or a train, or when we buy a ticket. In this lesson, we will learn useful city words like die Stadt, which means the city, der Bahnhof, which means the train station, die Bushaltestelle, which means the bus stop, die Apotheke, which means the pharmacy, and der Supermarkt, which means the supermarket. We will also learn simple direction phrases like links, which means left, rechts, which means right, geradeaus, which means straight ahead, and in der Nähe, which means nearby. For example, gehen Sie geradeaus, which means go straight ahead. Another example, biegen Sie links up, which means turn left. We will also learn transport words like der Bus, which means the bus, die Bahn, which means the train or railway, der Zug, which means the train, die U-Bahn, which means the subway,
and die Straßenbahn, which means the tram, and die Fahrkarte, which means the ticket. A very useful sentence is Ich brauche eine Fahrkarte, which means I need a ticket. So, today we will learn how to ask for places, understand simple directions, talk about buses and trains, and buy tickets slowly, clearly, and with useful A1 examples. Let's start with places in the city. The word die Stadt means the city. When we are in a city, we often look for important places. For example, der Bahnhof means the train station. Die Bushaltestelle means the bus stop. Die Apotheke means the pharmacy. Der Supermarkt means the supermarket. Das Krankenhaus means the hospital. And die Bank means the bank. Now let's use simple sentences. Ich suche den Bahnhof, which means I am looking for the train station. Ich suche die Bushaltestelle, which means I am looking for the bus stop. Ich suche die Apotheke, which means I am looking for the pharmacy. A very useful question is, Wo ist der Bahnhof? Which means, where is the train station? Another useful question is, Wo ist die Apotheke? Which means, where is the pharmacy? And, Ist der Supermarkt in der Nähe? Which means, is the supermarket nearby? The phrase in der Nähe means nearby. For example, der Bahnhof ist in der Nähe, which means the train station is nearby. So, remember, to ask for a place, say, Wo ist er? For example, Wo ist der Bahnhof? And if you are looking for something, say, Ich suche. For example, Ich suche die Apotheke. Now let's learn simple directions. Directions help us understand where to go. The most useful words are links, left, rechts, right, geradeaus, straight ahead, zurück, back, and hier, here. Now let's use simple direction sentences. Gehen Sie geradeaus, which means go straight ahead. Gehen Sie nach links, which means go left. Gehen Sie nach rechts, which means go right. Another very common phrase is biegen Sie links ab, which means turn left, and biegen Sie rechts ab, which means turn right. Now let's connect directions with places. Der Bahnhof ist links, which means the train station is on the left. Die Apotheke ist rechts, which means the pharmacy is on the right. Der Supermarkt ist geradeaus, which means the supermarket is straight ahead. A useful question is, Wie komme ich zum Bahnhof? Which means, how do I get to the train station? A simple answer is, Gehen Sie geradeaus, which means go straight ahead. Another answer is, Biegen Sie rechts ab, which means turn right. So, remember, ask, Wie komme ich zum Bahnhof? And listen for geradeaus, links, and rechts. Now let's talk about transport in the city. The word der Bus means the bus. Die Bahn means the train or railway. Der Zug means the train. Die U-Bahn means the subway. And die Straßenbahn means the tram. Now let's use simple transport sentences. Ich fahre mit dem Bus, which means I go by bus. Ich fahre mit der Bahn, which means I go by train. Ich fahre mit dem Zug, which means I go by train. Ich fahre mit der U-Bahn, which means I go by subway. A useful question is, Welcher Bus fährt zum Bahnhof? Which means, which bus goes to the train station? Another useful question is, Wann fährt der Bus? Which means, when does the bus leave? A simple answer is, Der Bus fährt 8 Uhr, which means, the bus leaves at 8 o'clock. Now let's talk about changing transport. The verb umsteigen means to change transport. For example, Ich steige am Bahnhof which means I change at the train station. Another example, Ich steige in die U-Bahn which means I change to the subway.
So remember, for transport, use mit dem Bus, mit der Bahn, and mit dem Zug. And to ask about time, say, wann fährt der Bus? Now let's learn how to buy tickets. The word die Fahrkarte means the ticket. You can also hear das Ticket. This also means the ticket. A very important sentence is Ich brauche eine Fahrkarte, which means I need a ticket. You can also say Ich möchte eine Fahrkarte kaufen, which means I would like to buy a ticket. Now let's make it more specific. Ich brauche eine Fahrkarte nach Berlin, which means I need a ticket to Berlin. Ich brauche eine Fahrkarte zum Bahnhof, which means I need a ticket to the train station. A useful question is, was kostet die Fahrkarte? Which means, how much does the ticket cost? A simple answer is, die Fahrkarte kostet 3 Euro, which means the ticket costs 3 euros. Now let's ask about platform or track. The word der Bahnsteig means the platform. For example, wo ist der Bahnsteig? Which means, where is the platform? Another useful question is, von welchem Bahnsteig fährt der Zug? Which means, from which platform does the train leave? At A1 level, you can keep it simple. Wo fährt der Zug? Which means, where does the train leave? So, remember, to buy a ticket, say, ich brauche eine Fahrkarte, or ich möchte eine Fahrkarte kaufen. To ask the price, say, was kostet die Fahrkarte? Great! Now let's practice city, directions, transport, and tickets together. Listen first, then repeat slowly. Wo ist der Bahnhof? Where is the train station? Ich suche die Bushaltestelle. I am looking for the bus stop. Ist der Supermarkt in der Nähe? Is the supermarket nearby? Der Bahnhof ist in der Nähe. The train station is nearby. Now with directions. Gehen Sie geradeaus. Go straight ahead. Biegen Sie links ab. Turn left. Biegen Sie rechts ab. Turn right. Der Supermarkt ist rechts. The supermarket is on the right. Now with transport. Ich fahre mit dem Bus. I go by bus. Ich fahre mit der Bahn. I go by train. Wann fährt der Bus? When does the bus leave? Der Bus fährt 8 Uhr. The bus leaves at 8 o'clock. Now with tickets. Ich brauche eine Fahrkarte. I need a ticket. Ich möchte eine Fahrkarte kaufen. I would like to buy a ticket. Was kostet die Fahrkarte? How much does the ticket cost? Die Fahrkarte kostet 3 Euro, which means the ticket costs 3 euros. Very good. Now remember the main idea. To ask for a place, say, wo ist er? For example, wo ist der Bahnhof? To ask for directions, say, wie komme ich zum Bahnhof? And to understand directions, listen for links, rechts, and geradeaus. For transport, use mit dem Bus or mit der Bahn. And to buy a ticket, say, ich brauche eine Fahrkarte. Now you can ask for places, understand simple directions, use transport, and buy tickets in simple German. Next, we will continue with more useful everyday German patterns so you can speak more clearly and naturally.
Great! Now that we can ask for places, use transport, buy tickets, and speak in everyday situations, we can learn another very useful topic for real German life. Today, we will talk about phone calls, short messages, simple emails, invitations, and appointments. This lesson is very important in German A1 because in daily life, we often need to call someone, send a message, write a short email, invite someone, or make an appointment. In German, we will learn useful words like das Telefon, the phone, der Anruf, the call, die Nachricht, the message, die email, die Einladung, the invitation, and der Termin, the appointment. We will also use useful verbs like anrufen, schreiben, antworten, einladen, and vereinbaren. For example, ich rufe dich an, I call you. Ich schreibe dir eine Nachricht, I write you a message. Ich schreibe eine E-Mail, I write an email. And ich habe einen Termin, I have an appointment. So today, we will learn how to communicate on the phone, in messages, in emails, and when we talk about appointments, slowly, clearly, and with useful A1 examples. Let's start with phone calls. The word das Telefon means the phone. The word der Anruf means the call. And the verb anrufen means to call. This verb is separable. That means, in a simple sentence, the main verb goes near the front and the small part goes to the end. For example, ich rufe dich an. This means I call you. Look carefully. Rufe is the verb part and an goes to the end. Another example, ich rufe Anna an. This means I call Anna. And ich rufe meinen Bruder an. This means I call my brother. Now, let's use simple phone phrases. Kannst du mich anrufen? Can you call me? Ich kann gerade nicht telefonieren. I cannot talk on the phone right now. Ich rufe später zurück. I will call back later. A useful question is, wann rufst du mich an? When will you call me? A simple answer is, ich rufe dich später an. I will call you later. So remember, the full verb is anrufen, but in a sentence we say, ich rufe dich an. The small part, an, goes to the end. Now, let's talk about short messages. The word die Nachricht means the message, and the verb schreiben means to write. In daily life, we often send short messages to friends, family, or classmates. For example, ich schreibe dir eine Nachricht. I write you a message. Another example, schreib mir bitte. Please write to me. And ich antworte später. I will answer later. The verb antworten means to answer or to reply. Now, let's learn some very useful short messages. Hallo Anna. Hello Anna. Wie geht es dir? How are you? Hast du heute Zeit? Do you have time today? Ich habe heute keine Zeit. I do not have time today. Ich komme später. I will come later. And bis später. See you later. Now, let's make a simple message. Hallo Anna. Hast du heute Zeit? Hello, Anna. Do you have time today? A simple answer is, ja, ich habe Zeit. Yes, I have time. Another answer is, nein, ich habe keine Zeit. No, I do not have time. So remember, for short messages, use simple sentences. For example, schreib mir bitte, ich antworte später, and hast du heute Zeit? Now, let's talk about simple emails. The word die email means the email. The verb schreiben means to write. For example, ich schreibe eine E-Mail. I write an email. Another example, ich schreibe eine E-Mail an Frau Müller. I write an email to Miss Miller. In a simple email, we need 3 parts. First, a greeting. For example, Hallo Anna, hello Anna, or more formal, sehr geehrte Frau Miller, dear Miss Miller. Second, the message. For example, ich habe eine Frage, I have a question. Another useful sentence is, ich brauche einen Termin, I need an appointment. And, können Sie mir bitte antworten? Can you please reply to me? Third, the ending. For example, Viele Grüße, best regards. Now, let's look at a very simple email. Hallo Anna, ich habe heute keine Zeit. I do not have time today. Viele Grüße, best regards. Now, a formal example. Sehr geehrte Frau Miller, dear Miss Miller, ich brauche einen Termin. I need an appointment. Viele Grüße. Best regards. So remember, a simple email can be short. Greeting, message, ending. For example, Hallo Anna, ich habe eine Frage. Viele Grüße. Now let's talk about invitations and appointments. The word die Einladung means the invitation. The verb einladen means to invite. For example, ich lade dich ein. I invite you. Another useful sentence is, kommst du mit? Are you coming with me? We can also ask, hast du am Samstag Zeit? Do you have time on Saturday? A simple answer is, ja, ich habe Zeit. Yes, I have time. Another answer is, nein, leider nicht. No, unfortunately not. Now, let's talk about appointments. The word der Termin means the appointment. For example, ich habe einen Termin. I have an appointment. Ich brauche einen Termin. I need an appointment. Der Termin ist am Montag. The appointment is on Monday. Der Termin ist 10 Uhr. The appointment is at 10 o'clock. A useful question is, wann ist der Termin? When is the appointment? Another useful question is, passt der Montag? Does Monday work for you? A simple answer is, ja, Montag passt. Yes, Monday works. Another answer is, nein, Montag passt nicht. No, Monday does not work. So remember, for invitations, ask, hast du am Samstag Zeit? For appointments, say, ich brauche einen Termin, or ich habe einen Termin. Great! Now let's practice phone calls, messages, emails, invitations, and appointments together. Listen first, then repeat slowly. Ich rufe dich an. I call you. Kannst du mich anrufen? Can you call me? Ich rufe später zurück. I will call back later. Now, with messages. Ich schreibe dir eine Nachricht. I write you a message. Schreib mir bitte. Please write to me. Ich antworte später. I will answer later. Hast du heute Zeit? Do you have time today? Ich habe heute keine Zeit. I do not have time today. Now, with emails. Ich schreibe eine E-Mail. I write an email. Ich habe eine Frage. I have a question. Können Sie mir bitte antworten? Can you please reply to me? Now, with invitations. Ich lade dich ein. I invite you. Kommst du mit? Are you coming with me? Hast du am Samstag Zeit? Do you have time on Saturday? A simple answer is, ja, ich habe Zeit. Yes, I have time. Another answer is, nein, leider nicht. No, unfortunately not. Now, with appointments. Ich brauche einen Termin. I need an appointment. Ich habe einen Termin. I have an appointment. Wann ist der Termin? When is the appointment? Der Termin ist am Montag. The appointment is on Monday. Der Termin ist 10 Uhr. The appointment is at 10 o'clock. Very good. Now, remember the main idea. For phone calls, use anrufen. For example, ich rufe dich an. For messages, use schreiben and antworten. For example, schreib mir bitte. For emails, keep it simple. Greeting, message, ending. For invitations, ask, hast du am Samstag Zeit? And for appointments, say, ich brauche einen Termin. Or, ich habe einen Termin. Now you can call, write messages, send simple emails, invite someone, and talk about appointments in German. Next, we will continue with more useful everyday German patterns so you can speak more clearly and naturally.
And now, we have reached the end of this German A1 journey. Great job. Really, great job. You started step by step with simple words, simple sentences,
and very easy examples. And now, you can understand many important German topics for daily life. This final lesson is not a new grammar lesson. It is a simple review of everything we learned together. Just the main titles, just the big picture, so you can look back and see your progress. You learned how German sentences work. You learned how to ask questions. You learned how to talk about yourself, your family, your home, your daily routine, food, travel, health, and real everyday situations. That is a big step. So take a moment. Be proud of yourself. You did something important. You stayed with the lessons. You listened, you repeated, you practiced. And that is exactly how languages are learned, slowly, clearly, and step by step. Let's remember the first big topics we learned together. We started with German basics. We learned greetings, introductions, the alphabet, numbers, simple pronunciation, and useful first words. Then we learned important grammar basics. We talked about nouns, articles, der, die, das, ein, and eine. We learned personal pronouns like ich, du, sie, and wir. We learned important verbs like sein, haben, and many regular verbs. We learned how to build a simple German sentence. We learned verb position, simple questions, yes and no answers, and negative sentences. We also learned important small words because in German, small words are very powerful. So this first part gave us the foundation, the base, the beginning. And without this foundation, German would feel difficult. But with it, everything becomes clearer. Then we learned more useful German patterns. We talked about daily actions, modal verbs, imperatives, polite requests, time, days, months, and dates. We learned how to say what we can do, what we must do, what we want, and what we would like. We learned modal verbs like können, müssen, wollen, möchten, dürfen, and sollen. We learned how to give simple instructions with du, ihr, and sie. We also learned how to talk about time. We practiced clock time, weekdays, months, dates, appointments, and daily plans. Then we learned separable verbs in daily life, like aufstehen, einkaufen, anrufen, Fernsehen, and umsteigen. These topics help you speak more naturally because they appear again and again in real German conversations. After that, we moved into real everyday life. We learned how to talk about family, people, age, relationships, home, rooms, and furniture. We learned how to describe a person, a room, a house, or an apartment. Then we practiced food, drinks, the supermarket, prices, and simple shopping phrases. We also learned restaurant and cafe German. We practiced how to ask for a menu, how to order politely, how to ask for the bill, and how to pay. Then we talked about clothes, colors, weather, seasons, and feelings. We learned useful phrases like mir ist kalt and mir ist warm. Then we learned health German. We talked about body parts, symptoms, the doctor, and appointments. We practiced Ich brauche einen Termin, which means I need an appointment. Then we learned city German, places, directions, transport, tickets, buses, trains, and how to ask where something is. Finally, we learned communication German, phone calls, short messages, simple emails, invitations, and appointments. These topics are practical. They are not just grammar, they are real life. So now, what should you do next? Do not try to memorize everything in one day. That is not the goal. The goal is to review small parts every day. Listen again. Repeat again. Write simple sentences. Use the examples. Say them out loud. Even 5 minutes a day can make a big difference. You can go back to any lesson you need. If you forgot articles, review the article lessons. If you forgot verbs, review the verb lessons. If you want daily German, review the supermarket, restaurant, city, doctor, and appointment lessons. Learning German is not about being perfect. It is about progress. One sentence today, one new word tomorrow, one simple conversation next week. Step by step, your German becomes stronger. So keep going. Keep listening, keep repeating, keep practicing. And that is exactly how languages are learned, slowly, clearly, and step by step. And now, thank you so much for learning with me. I hope this German A1 series helped you understand the language more clearly. If this series helped you, please support the channel. Like the video. Share it with someone who is learning German. Write a comment and tell me which lesson helped you most. And don't forget to subscribe so you don't miss the next German lessons. Your support really helps the channel grow, and it helps me create more clear, slow, and useful German lessons for you. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your effort. And thank you for staying until the end. You did a great job. Keep learning, keep practicing, and I'll see you in the next video. Dankeschön. Very much thank you. Bis bald. See you soon.